Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
This morning we're going to hear from Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Repeat after me. I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth. Lovely, thank you. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
John James Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. You have provided 3 witness statements in this inquiry. The first was produced for phases 5 and 6 and related to whistleblowing. Could I just ask you, please, to turn to that first?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that statement dated the 25th of April 2024?
It is.
And could I ask you, please, to turn to the final substantive page? That is page 19.
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
There's a couple of amendments, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So on page 62, paragraph 88.
Yes.
The final sentence, which says 5th of October 2005. Could we change that, please, to the 5th of October 2004?
Absolutely.
Page 67.
Yes.
Footnotes 132 and 133 amend to the 26th of July 2019, from 26th of July 2019 to the 29th of July 2019.
Thank you.
Thank you. Page 77, paragraph 92. The first and then into the second line, amend March 2015 to May 2015. And then the last one on that statement, page 130, is it index entry 125. Amend 26th of July 2019 to the 29th of July 2019.
Thank you very much. And subject to those changes, is that statement true to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Thank you. That has a unique reference number, WITN 1119010, and will be uploaded onto the inquiry's website. The second statement was produced for this phase. Could I ask you please to turn to that? And is that dated the 22nd of August of this year?
It is.
Could I please ask you to turn to the final substantive page?
Yes.
I think that is page 99.
Yes.
And can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is.
And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Another amendment, if that's okay, please.
Absolutely.
Page 57 of that statement.
Yes.
The last sentence in the second to last paragraph of 76A, it should say that ANCI perform an independent sample check of cases. So that's changing my to ANCI.
Thank you. And is that the only change to that statement?
Sorry, I haven't located that yet. Can you tell me the reference again?
I think it's page 57.
Yeah.
Just the final sentence before the final paragraph.
Yeah.
The policy provides that. Is that correct?
It does.
Yeah. And what was the substantive amendment?
So, sir, that was to remove the word my and replace it with ANCI.
I think actually that change has been made in the version that I have.
Okay, thank you.
So the policy provides that A and CI perform, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Fine, but my version had that as well, so that's fine.
Thank you. And is that the only change or not changed to that particular?
That's it, thank you.
Thank you very much. And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
To that change? Thank you. That has a URN of WITN 111902000. and will also be uploaded onto the inquiry's website. Third and final statement is dated the 9th of September of this year, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that addresses the issue of Project May. That's the race identity codes issue.
Yes.
Could I please ask you to turn to page 9?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is.
And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
No changes to that?
No changes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bartlett, you are currently the Director of the Assurance and Complex Investigations team, is that correct?
It is.
That was formerly known as the Central Investigations Unit,
That's correct.
and you were appointed to that role on the 21st of February 2022.
To the head of role, yes.
Thank you. And when did you first join the post office?
On that date.
Thank you. The Central Investigations Unit became what we know as A&CI in August of 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, taking them separately, what is assurance in Assurance and Complex Investigations team?
So assurance is investigative assurance. So part of my team's role is to work with particularly the retail teams, and they review on a regular basis. Every 2 months, they dip sample cases that are worked on in the retail space, and they look at it from an investigative practice basis, dip sample, and then make any recommendations for improvements.
And you've mentioned the retail team. Lots of teams are known by different names. What do you mean by retail team?
Predominantly the teams that work under Mel Park.
Thank you. And CI, Complex Investigations, what does that involve?
Okay, so that involves cases that we're asked to investigate in respect to principally sort of allegations made against senior members of staff, particularly those at SEG, so the Strategic Executive Group, or at the board. It involves looking into what we call fact finds of where there may be enterprise-wide or otherwise significant failings, process failings in the organisation. So we look at root cause. It also covers the Project Phoenix, or past investigations work. That falls under that too. And within that are, separate to Project Phoenix, but within the complex or sensitive side, are any investigations that come out of Speak Up reports.
Thank you very much. Your background is as a former police officer, is that correct?
17 years ago, yes.
Thank you. Can you assist us with what rank you achieved in the police?
Detective Constable.
And following that, I think you've worked at various private sector organisations and also the pensions regulator, is that correct?
So I have worked in 2 financial regulators and 2 corporates before coming to post office.
And largely those roles involved investigations?
Yes.
Thank you. I think you also have some legal training, is that correct?
I have a legal qualification rather than training. I have the graduate diploma in law.
Thank you. How were you recruited to the post office?
I was approached by an agency.
Thank you. And where were you at that point in time?
I was head of investigations, enforcement investigations at the pension regulator.
Thank you. I'd like to begin today by just asking you about your induction at the post office. Did you receive any briefings when you first joined on matters relating to the inquiry, such as wrongful prosecutions, horizon issues, group litigation?
Yes, I did.
Who provided you with that induction?
My boss, so the group legal director.
And who was that at the time?
Sarah Gray.
Thank you. And that's still Sarah Gray?
It is. I also, sorry, just to complete that, also did a 1-day induction, which every new joiner goes through. And they covered those issues as well there.
And since then, have you been following developments in the inquiry?
Yes.
Have you read, for example, the expert reports produced by Duncan Atkinson, KC, or listened to his evidence?
I listened to some of his evidence.
And in light of what you've heard from the inquiry subsequently, what are your reflections on the training that you were provided or the induction that you were provided at the beginning?
I think it has been reinforced by the compulsory training that everybody in Post Office has to do in relation to understanding the timeline and the effects of the scandal and the role that Post Office played in that. That has certainly assisted. That, I think, was about a year ago.
Thank you. Are you in any way involved in that?
No.
I would like to talk to you about various other teams at the Post Office that touch upon matters relating to investigations. The first is what was called the security team, and that's a team that we've heard quite a lot about in this inquiry. At paragraph 11 of your witness statement, your second witness statement, you say that that team stopped being responsible for investigations in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, although I think in effect they'd stopped before then, but they had it removed from them as part of their role, as I understand it then.
And you've said that they've been renamed the Network Crime and Risk Support Team. Is that correct?
It is.
And you say in your statement that they support postmasters to prevent retail crime in their new role. Can you assist us with what you mean by that?
So I have drawn that from material produced by that team's director, and my understanding from that material and from conversations with them is that it's a crime prevention or an incident response function. But more than that, I couldn't really say because we don't really interact with them over those issues.
Could we please turn to poll 00447-931? This is a document that you have exhibited. It says service and support, overview of teams and responsibilities. Our vision is to champion our postmasters through easy, reliable and trusted service to give postmasters confidence that we will deliver the best possible outcome. Do you know when this was produced or the approximate time? The metadata, if it assists, suggests May 2021. Is this a document that you are, first of all, familiar with, and second of all, was it around when you joined the business?
I don't know. The name change, I think, I'm not sure if the name change is connected to this document, but the name change that I'm aware of is much more current than that date.
Thank you. Because if we turn to page 12 of this document, it sets out a who's who in the security team. And we see there a number of names that are well familiar to the inquiry. We have, for example, security analyst Chris Knight. We know that he was at the Post Office from 1983, was involved in the cases of Peter Holmes, Alison Henderson, Alison Hall as examples. We have on the right-hand side Mr. Talbot, who was a Phase 4 witness in the inquiry. He had been at the Post Office since 1987. We have a little further down there, Robert Daly, by way of example, again, long-standing at the Post Office since 1979. He was involved in a number of cases, the cases of Quam, Peter Holmes' case, amongst others. We have Steve Bradshaw, another name that's well known to the inquiry. He had been at the Post Office since 1978 and was involved in a large number of investigations that have been looked at by this inquiry. Janet Skinner, Huey Thomas, the case of Ishak, Lisa Brennan, Lynette Hutchings, Joan Bailey, the Sefton and Neild case, McKnight case, amongst others. Are these individuals, or some of them, still involved in that network crime and risk support team?
Yes.
Does that team involve interacting with sub-postmasters?
I believe so.
Can you see a problem with that?
Yes.
If we could turn to your second statement, please. That's WITN 1190200. Can you expand on you said you can see a problem with that. What is the problem as far as you are concerned?
I think the work for the inquiry, and from what I know from Project Phoenix, would strongly suggest that it's not appropriate for those individuals to be interacting with postmasters given the behaviour of the past.
Could we turn please to page 6 of your statement? It's paragraph 13. You say that I've been asked to provide detail about where the former security team investigators sit within the new structure. The inquiry has linked that request with recent media reports which suggest those former investigators all continue to be employed by Post Office to conduct investigations. It is right that some individuals who previously worked in the security team within Post Office remain in the business whilst others have left. However, none of those remaining are members of the ANCI team, which now has conduct of all criminal investigations within the Post Office. So that's true as far as it goes, that they're not involved in your particular team and are not involved directly in those criminal investigations that are carried out by the Post Office. But do we have to add to that a number of them are still involved in the business in sub-postmaster facing roles?
Yes, but not in investigatory roles, as I understand it.
What do you think supporting postmasters to prevent retail crime involves?
From what I've been told, that's around placement of CCTV, cameras, panic alarms. I think they also do review of things like safe codes and things like that. So it's physical security.
And do you know of any plans or considerations that might be taking place to either remove those individuals from the business or to put them in roles where they don't interact with sub-postmasters?
I believe that's being discussed, yes.
And what is your view as to what should happen?
The least should be that they're not in postmaster-facing roles.
And can you tell us why you think it is that it's taken so many years to reach a decision on that?
Yeah, I don't know, I'm afraid. I joined 2 years ago. I don't know why this wasn't considered before that. I know it's been discussed during my time here, but I've not been party to those discussions or any rationale as to why they are there.
Thank you. That can come down, please. Moving on to another team, criminal law team. Now, you've said in your statement that that was effectively Jarnell Singh between 2012 and 2015. Is that correct?
As I understand it, yes.
There is now a criminal lawyer at the Post Office called Stuart Lill. Is that right?
Yes, in the remediation unit.
So he sits in the remediation unit addressing matters such as compensation and redress.
I think it's more around appeals, actually.
And appeals. Thank you very much. Does he provide any advice to your team in respect of criminal investigations?
Yes, he does.
Does he provide any training to your team in respect of criminal investigations?
He provides feedback on a case-by-case basis, and he has attended some of our team, or at least one that I can remember, team training sessions where we discussed disclosure and things like that.
Thank you. Do you know his background at all?
I believe he was a prosecutor either for CPS or for HMRC.
Thank you. Do you know when he joined the Post Office?
It was before me, but I don't know the precise date.
Thank you. In terms of a criminal law team at the Post Office, is the closest we come to that something within your team that's called the Law Enforcement Engagement Team?
I wouldn't describe it as a legal team, no.
Sorry, a criminal team. So a team that has the direct link to, for example, law enforcement agencies.
Yes, so there are 3.5 people whose role it is to engage with law enforcement on behalf of Post Office.
And am I right to say that all criminal investigations will go through that team?
Yes.
And who heads that particular sub-team?
One of the senior investigation managers in my team,
And what's their name?
Andrew Morley.
Thank you. In terms of other teams, you've explained in your witness statement that there's also a financial crime team that deals with things like anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism, and anti-bribery and corruption. Am I right to say that they wouldn't be involved in matters such as investigating individual shortfalls in post offices?
So they sit in the compliance team. They're not within my department. And their role is one of really a financial intelligence team. So they manage the receipt and submission of suspicious activity reports, money laundering related issues. I'm not aware of them having been involved in shortfall issues.
And in respect of, say, submitting a case to a law enforcement agency where the post office or a sub-post office has been the victim of a crime, would that not go through that team? Would that go through your team?
If post office is requesting assistance or reporting a crime, then that will be through my team, not through the financial crime team. But they do liaise with law enforcement, as I understand it, in terms of long-standing national money laundering projects, best practice around anti-money laundering, things like that. So they do deal with law enforcement, but on a more strategic or thematic basis.
Thank you. And then we come to the retail team, which is something we've briefly addressed already. In terms of investigations into apparent shortfalls at individual branches, am I right to understand that that is now principally dealt with by that retail team?
Yes.
Who would you say is responsible for those investigations ultimately?
The retail team.
Who in particular?
So they all sit under Mel Park, and so she's ultimately accountable for those.
Thank you. You say at paragraph 11 of your witness statement that the retail team has supported postmasters to investigate discrepancies. The suggestion seems to be in that statement that their involvement only takes place if instigated by the sub-postmaster. Is that right, or do they carry out their own investigations?
I think it's a combination of the two. I think the vast majority comes through postmasters identifying through the review and dispute process or through the call centre. But I am aware of the market monitoring team, I think they're called, who look at patterns, and that might commission some work to be done within the retail space.
And does that team also fall within Mel Park's responsibilities?
It does, yeah.
Do you know which team will be responsible for pursuing sub-postmasters in the civil courts, should that happen?
I'm not aware that that's going to happen. If it would, I imagine it would start in the retail space, but I don't know because I don't think it's been approved or planned.
And there's no plan for your team to be directly involved in that, other than, for example, ensuring the consistency of the retail team?
I'm pretty sure we would be asked to do that were such activity to take place.
Your team, as you've described in your statement, is principally for high-risk investigations. What about more mundane, everyday investigations, low-level civil debts, or what appear to be debts to the post office caused by, for example, apparent discrepancies?
No, we're not involved in those.
So when you say it would likely be your team that pursues sub-postmasters in the civil courts?
No, that's not
Sorry,
correct.
that was my understanding of your evidence.
No, we would probably be requested to assure the work of whichever team, if it happens, would be conducting that activity. So we would be the second line of defence in that regard.
So your involvement would be one of assurance, not of direct involvement?
I believe it would be, yes.
Thank Now, we've looked at various teams, the A and CI team, security team, retail team, and you've said that we've looked at particular individuals in the security team, and they are still in various roles relating to postmasters. Does anyone involved in the historic investigation of sub-postmasters relating to shortfalls, does anyone there still work for your team?
No, not at all.
Does anybody who was historically involved in investigating apparent shortfalls work in the retail team, as far as you're aware?
Not that I'm aware.
How about the financial crime team?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. In terms of outside firms, you've mentioned in your witness statement, you say at paragraph 31 that A&CI non-criminal work is supported by nominal full-time equivalent staff in external firms assisting Post Office. Can you assist us with what that means?
Yes. So due to capacity issues within the team, i.e. availability of staff within the team, we regularly engage law firms to conduct investigations either as an extension of our team or more frequently where we feel the investigation would benefit from being conducted entirely by an external party. And that's when we engage law firms or professional services firms that have capability like that.
So law firms, accountancy firms possibly?
Yes.
Any other type of firm that you can think of?
Sometimes barristers in an individual capacity, but they're often engaged via a law firm.
Is there any mechanism in place to ensure the quality of the service that they provide?
So those investigations have the same level of oversight as if we were conducting them. So they will report into probably a SEG member, so a Strategic Executive Group member. There will be a terms of reference that would have to be agreed by that SEG member. That SEG member will be advised by probably the General Counsel or the Group Legal Director. And there may well be other senior members of staff as part of that oversight group. We're trialling on 2 investigations, something called an investigation oversight group as a concept for our most high-risk cases, and that's how that operates.
We've heard in previous phases of actions on behalf of the Post Office being farmed out to external firms like Cartwright, King,
Yes.
etc. I mean, is there any large-scale farming out under your team?
Not large scale in terms of volume of numbers, because we don't deal with volume of numbers. We're a relatively small caseload, certainly compared to how it was in the past that's relevant to this inquiry. We're not on the same scale at all. So I would say no, it's not. They're frequent, and percentage-wise, yes, we do engage a lot because we're a small team, but it's not at scale.
What proportion of your cases end up at an external firm?
Not for non-criminal cases. I'm not entirely sure. It'd be less than half.
And for criminal cases?
None.
Thank you.
Sorry, was that none?
Yes, sir.
None.
Yeah, fine. Sorry, yeah.
I'd like to look at...
Just so I could understand this process, I think I've got it, but let's use an example. The inquiry knows that Mr. Reed was subject to an investigation, which ultimately, I say ultimately, the last step in the investigation was by a barrister, Ms. Tutin. So is this what would have happened in practice, that it would have come first to your team because that would have been a high-profile investigation, but in that instance, you or someone on your behalf decided that an external law firm should be involved, a firm of solicitors, who in turn instructed Ms. Tutin, and then she made her report back. Is that it in summary form?
That's a proper description of the process, sir, yes.
Fine, thanks. Yeah, okay.
I'd like to look at the oversight of your team's work. Could we please turn to poll 004479171? This is a team organogram. It might be difficult to see, but if we could just look at the top, thank you. If we could focus on the top half. Is it possible to zoom in a little more? We can see your name is on the left-hand side. Thank you very much. The third row down. Can you see your name there?
I can.
And it appears that you report to Sarah Gray, who is now the interim General Counsel.
Correct.
I don't believe she reports to Benfolk currently.
Not currently.
No. Am I right to say there's no direct line from yourself to the group executive?
Sarah sits on this SEG, so I would say that's the link there.
Thank you. So essentially, Sarah Gray is responsible for your team insofar as the executive level is concerned.
Correct.
Who do you consider to be responsible and accountable for your team at board level?
That's in two ways. So we have a Speak Up champion, who's a non-executive director, Amanda Burton, and we also have an investigations non-executive director champion, who is Andrew Darford now. So I report into them. They're monitoring what we do.
And do they speak on your behalf at board meetings?
I believe they have, yes.
Thank you. And if we zoom out, please, we can see that there are, including you, 18 members of staff here in your team. Is that the current position? Has that changed?
No, I think we're one fewer.
So 17, including yourself?
Including the Project Phoenix team, yes. If you take them out, I think it's 9.
Thank you very much. If we could take that down, please. I want to move on to the KPMG report and focusing in particular on the issue of training, but we'll look at their findings. We've already looked at them in the inquiry, so I'm not going to take a great deal of time going through every individual one. You've set out their key findings at paragraph 17 of your statement. Could we please turn to poll 0042367? This is the Project Birch report. And that was commissioned and also produced prior to you joining the post office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We see there at the bottom, 13th of August 2021. Was this a document that was brought to your attention pretty soon into taking up the role?
Day 1.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, please, to page 4. We see there the context. I'll very briefly take you through that. Whilst the Post Office no longer bring private prosecutions, it continues to perform a variety of investigations as required across its business. The Post Office's vision is that these investigations be conducted to the appropriate standard by appropriately qualified individuals and adhere to the market practice with the necessary records created, maintained and retained so that the Post Office can discharge all its obligations now and in the future, including those required by statute. And it sets out there that the Post Office engaged KPMG to undertake a review of its current investigative process as set out in our terms of engagement dated the 30th of June 2021. What was your view on receiving this?
I think it was the basis of the establishment of the team that I was asked to build, and their recommended approach seemed to make a lot of sense. A centralised function. It's something I've seen in other corporate entities, and it seemed logical.
Thank you. Could we please turn to page 10, and it sets out there the executive summary. As I said, we've been through these before, so we'll speed through them. the first significant bullet point there on the right-hand side, investigations are not conducted consistently across the post office. Is that the very purpose for the establishment of your team?
Yes, particularly the assurance piece of my team.
Thank you. If we scroll down, please, we see more bullet points over the page. A lack of overarching governance and oversight over high-risk investigations. Again, that's essentially the purpose of your team, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
There is no clear, consistent triage process in place across the post office. Lack of consistent monitoring and reporting over all investigations. There is no consistent approach to quality assurance across the business teams. There is limited evidence of lessons learnt and continuous improvement arising from investigations across the post office. Over the page, please. Business teams often use area managers and line managers to conduct investigations. There's a lack of training in respect of investigations across the post office. There's no consistent use of an investigations case management tool across the post office. And that's the final substantive recommendation or observation. In your view, have all of those been addressed?
Yes, the first bullet point about use of area managers and line managers in a grievance context, so within the ER area, that still takes place, but that's outside of the remit that my team has. So for fact-finding, for accountability investigations, and for any criminal ones, area managers and line managers are not used. Training, we're beginning to address. There's more to do there. And we've just got a new case management tool.
If we scroll up to the bullet points above, how about in respect of those?
Okay, so quality assurance is absolutely underway. I think there will probably be more teams that we are asked to assure, but at the moment we're at capacity in terms of teams, but there is a consistent approach to that that's been validated by the group assurance function. Lessons learned, we have a process now where lessons learned from investigations are collated by group assurance and followed through by them. Monitoring and reporting, we've centralised investigations to a greater extent, and we operate a triage function within my team.
And if we scroll up, I think we've addressed the first. Is there anything additional you'd like to say about the first bullet point in implementation?
So all the assurance work in non-ANCI teams, of non-ANCI teams, one of the drivers for that assurance work is to drive consistency. And so, yes, that is being dealt with.
Thank you. You've highlighted in your witness statement in particular the training issue. Is it your view that of all of those bullet points, the training is the one that you're the most far behind in implementing?
Refresher training, yes.
You explained that there have been delays in getting it up and running. Is that correct?
Yes, we've engaged with... I think the focus of the questions that I was asked to answer in my witness statement was primarily focused on criminal investigations. So in terms of refresher training or primary training for investigative work around the criminal conduct is behind, but we've been engaging with the College of Policing, and 2 of my staff are doing fraud investigation apprenticeships.
Is the plan for you to adopt College of Policing training, a
Yes,
package?
Absolutely.
I think it was 2.5 years after this KPMG report that approach was made, or the first meeting took place with the College of Policing. Is that correct?
So it was a year after my team started.
Okay. And can you assist with why that took so long?
There's a lot of other things going on, and we were trying to work out what requirements the post office had around criminal investigations, because that would determine the nature of the training that would, or refresher training as well, and ongoing training that would be required.
And is the current position that there is not yet a training programme in place?
No, we've had a needs analysis completed by the College of Policing. They've proposed a training package which we would like to do, and we're just waiting for a formal offer, if you like, of what that training would be, both upfront, refresher and ongoing. But as soon as we can get that in writing, we'd like to agree it.
And when do you expect that to take place?
I don't know, that sits with the College of Policing at the moment.
So you're waiting on them to put forward the proposal?
They've given us a provisional proposal, which we've given positive feedback on, and we're just waiting for it formally now.
You know, we're talking months, years?
Well, certainly not years. I'm hoping 1 or 2 months.
That's the College of Policing, so presumably they can assist with the legal issues relating to the preservation of evidence and matters such as that. What about covering, for example, the interpretation of horizon data, how to analyse horizon data? How is your team going to be trained in that?
So one of the aspects that we asked them to look at is whether or not the transaction analysts, I have 2 in my team, whether their methodology could be accredited or approved by the College of Policing. They're still looking into that aspect as to how that could happen, but that is something that we would like the College of Policing to do.
I mean, who provides them with training as to what it means, what the printout from the Horizon system means, what the data, the ARQ data, for example, from Fujitsu means? Who assists them in understanding that?
So one of the 2 came from the Tier 3 retail team. So he had all of their training and experience, and he's brought that in, and he's effectively mentoring the other transaction analyst, who is an experienced intelligence data analyst from HMRC.
And what about investigations of underlying problems with the Horizon system itself? How is your team going to be trained to be able to interrogate the Horizon system or to properly understand issues such as bugs, errors, defects in the Horizon system?
So there is a process and guidance for doing that within Tier 3, within retail. We follow that practice and that experience. But ultimately, if it's something that we're not sure about, then we can approach Simon Oldnall's team, the Horizon IT team, in the first instance, and seek their advice. We have done that on other technical data sets before, and it's worked very well.
And in terms of the training that's provided by, for example, the College of Policing, how are you going to link that up with the wider teams that are involved in investigations, such as the retail team that you've spoken about?
So we will build in any developments or new processes or procedures that we get from that training. We'll consider it for inclusion in our assurance work, and it will be through the assurance work framework, so the assurance framework, that will percolate into the retail teams.
So are we to understand it, for example, your team go to a training session with the College of Policing, they'll have that training, and then they will then train the teams below them or the other teams in the business?
Yeah, so depending on the significance of any changes or new approaches, we can either the plan will be to either give an actual training session, probably starting with the team leaders in retail. But in any event, it will be considered as to whether it should be folded into the multiple sets of criteria that we have agreed with each of the different teams that we assure.
I appreciate that you haven't been at the post office for all that long, but is it disappointing that these kinds of changes to training haven't already been implemented?
Yes.
And where would you say responsibility for that lies?
I'm not sure I can place that at any particular person or group's door, but I think what I can say is I'm not sure Post Office in 2019 thought they needed to understand what had gone wrong in the investigation process. I think that is evident. And the reason I feel I can say that is Project Phoenix was not commissioned then when perhaps it should have been.
I know that you've said that's a broader concern, but are there any particular individuals who you would say that responsibility lies with?
I wouldn't know. I wasn't in the Post Office then, I'm afraid.
Was it something that you understood when you came into the business, that there was that lack of introspection?
I think the fact that a CIU was required and authorised was indicative of a change of approach, that there was a recognition that professional investigations were required, capability was required, and that it needed to be conducted not by people entirely brought through Post Office.
And who, in your view, was responsible for that change in approach?
Sarah Gray and Ben Fote.
I'd like to move on to various policies and procedures. You've addressed the investigations policies, the two current key investigations policies at paragraphs 48 to 49 of your witness statement. They are the Group Investigations Policy, the GIP, and the Cooperation with Law Enforcement Agencies and Addressing Suspected Criminal Misconduct Policy. Is that correct? That's the CLEP.
Known as the CLEP, yes.
Thank you. Those policies date back to 2021, is that right?
That's correct.
And they predate your joining.
They do.
And there is now a new policy that is being developed that's known as the Group Investigation and Cooperation with Law Enforcement Policy, the GICLEP.
We refer to it as the proposed combined policy, but yes, it's that.
So in effect, combining those two previous policies, the GIP and the CLEP,
yes,
to create a single unified policy.
Correct.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-353? Is this the current draft of that policy?
Yes.
Yes. So we see there version 2.2, but it's still a draft for comment. What stage of development do you say this policy is up to now?
So just to clarify, this is the current CLEP?
Yes.
Yes. So that is in force. I don't know why it has draft on it.
Thank you. So this is the CLEP,
Yes.
not the GICLEP.
I would need to see the next page, but looking at that.
Even though it's called Group Investigations and Cooperation with Law Enforcement Policy, we can scroll over.
Apologies. Yes, you're right. That is the proposed new document. My mistake. Sorry.
So this is the combined policy.
This is the combined document.
And what stage do you say it's called a draft? On the front page it says draft for comment. What stage do you say this is currently at?
It's a discussion document.
Discussing with who?
Board and SEG.
And has it gone to both of those groups?
They've discussed some of the concept in them. I have provided it to both groups, and in 2 weeks' time it's going to be discussed by the board, and next week it's being discussed by SEG.
Do you expect that it will be adopted in its current form?
I think SEG will support it. I'm not sure about board.
And why are you not sure about the board?
Some of the feedback or commentary on one or two parts of this that I've had would suggest that one or two of the members of board want to discuss it further. So therefore, I don't think that they will, without those discussions, want to say, yes, go through the governance process to have it approved.
And can you assist us with what in particular their concerns are?
Yes, I think in particular is the element around changing the current requirement that the CLEP has for board to approve the provision of certain types of evidence to law enforcement.
And this policy would make it easier for your team to pass information to law enforcement without board approval, is that right?
It would remove the requirement to go to board. It would put in place a different governance structure around that material being passed. But yes, it would. We would notify board of what's happened. That's clear in the feedback that I've had from the chairman, for example, that that's what he would like. The feedback I've had is that the chairman would approve that change in responsibility, but they would like to know volumes, trends, characteristics.
And can you assist us with who at board level is not happy for that change to take place?
Elliot Jacobs, one of the postmaster neds.
Just him?
He's the only person I've been aware of with feedback.
Thank you. Could we bring up onto screen your second witness statement? It's WITN 111-90200. And I'd like to look at page 6 and into page 7. In your statement, you have identified some criticisms that have been made from the group litigation and from the Hamilton appeals, and you've identified and set those out in your statement. I'd just like to take you through those, and really my question is how this new policy addresses those criticisms.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's paragraph 14. You say there the GLO judgments and the decisions of the Court of Appeal in Hamilton and others were critical of the Post Office's approach to investigations, specifically in relation to apparent shortfalls and discrepancies shown by Horizon. In particular, and in summary, those criticisms included: A, the Post Office operated with the presumption of culpability. Is that addressed in your new policy, and if so, how?
Yes, it's pretty explicit in there that you have an investigative mindset, which is open. You make no presumptions of anything, and you follow the evidence and lines of inquiry, including towards or away from any investigative hypothesis that you might have.
B, that post offices provided insufficient information to postmasters who had shortfalls during the investigation and before and during proceedings. Again, is that addressed, and if so, how?
I think that's principally addressed in the processes within the retail teams that look at shortfalls.
So the responsibility for addressing that you see is lying with the retail team?
Yes, but what I would say is if we had cause to investigate anything like that, we would make that information available if it's a criminal matter to the police, for example.
And how about making it available to the sub-postmaster, say, if a sub-postmaster is being investigated?
Well, we wouldn't investigate a sub-postmaster for anything other than something that might be criminal, and we don't investigate people anyway. That is a principle within the policy, is that we investigate circumstances or events. We don't investigate people.
I mean, do you have guidance as to how much information should be given to a postmaster if they are going to be investigated?
So that
for criminal conduct?
For criminal conduct, well, the police carry those investigations, not us.
But you carry out a level of investigation to identify whether it's sufficient to provide to the police.
Yeah.
Part of that might include an interview, for example.
No.
That's not the case.
No, we don't do interviews with postmasters.
Is that not part of the proposal in the new policy?
No.
Okay, well, we'll get to that and we'll have a look at the section on investigations.
So it's worth noting that this policy isn't just about doesn't just cover investigations into postmasters, it's any investigation. So the piece about interviewing,
Yes.
or it is interviewing, interviewing people largely relates to Post Office Limited staff. We do not do so as the proposed policy is explicit, which the previous policy wasn't, is we will not do interviews under caution.
Thank you. If we scroll down, see that there was poor communication with postmasters throughout an investigation, with the outcome that postmasters were unable to examine the issue themselves. Is that something that's addressed in the policy, and if so, how?
Yes, so if you take the investigations conducted in retail space or to some degree within the contracts team, they should be sharing information with the postmaster as they go along or at the conclusion of their reporting, to the extent that the dispute resolution team, when they produce a report following their investigations, they consider that they're writing those reports for the postmaster.
Thank you. D, that there were failures to follow all reasonable lines of inquiry, including potential alternative explanations provided by postmasters.
Yes.
Is that addressed, and if so, how?
So it is. It's covered in more detail in the investigator's manual, which is the aid for people conducting investigations. It's not a policy, it's a guidance document. But yes, lines of inquiry is essential.
And how is that addressed?
I think it's in there as a policy statement, which is you will follow lines of inquiry towards or away from the investigative hypothesis.
E, suspicions of knowingly making false assertions relating to the reliability of Horizon data.
Yeah, so I think in the policy we talk about the purpose of an investigation is to establish the truth, not to achieve a particular outcome. And I think that fits in there.
And F, the Post Office failed to discharge properly the duties of a prosecutor, especially in respect of disclosure. Now, you're no longer the prosecutor, but how else is that addressed?
Well, we state we're no longer a prosecutor, and we say we will assist any prosecutor or investigations team in the discharge of their obligations.
And what do you see as your disclosure obligations?
Well, I think on a strictly legal basis, if we're not the investigating authority or the prosecuting authority, we don't legally have one under CPIA, but we adopt that as a concept. You know, it's something that we support, and we would provide whatever law enforcement want, to the extent that if they move towards the disclosure phase of their investigation prior to it going to a prosecutor, or a prosecutor moving to disclosure to another party, then we will give them everything we have.
When you say everything, what do you mean by that?
So the contents of the case file, and we will not apply any form of relevancy test.
I mean, a case file might include internal logs, internal comment. Is it envisaged that those kinds of things will be passed to the police?
Yes, well, I think we'd have to apply some common sense, but that would be in discussion with law enforcement. So we would open our file, I guess, in effect, to them, and then talk through what material we have, what material they want to consider as part of their relevancy test, and then we will give it to them.
Thank you. Are there any other significant changes made in that draft policy that you can point to that you believe will make a significant difference?
In there we talk about the retention of material. I think that's important. The material that is received or generated in the course of an investigation, and it shouldn't be restricted to criminal investigations, should be any investigation. That material should be retained, and we should be prepared to reveal it. So, for example, if there's an investigation that leads, not in my area, but in the contract space, for example, they should be prepared to show material evidence to postmasters or any other party that's there. So show them CCTV, show them analysis reports, witness statements, whatever is necessary. So it's I guess, the concept of transparency in investigations, and that transparency has to be based on the retention of material to begin with.
You've mentioned in terms of this policy that when it gets to board level, there will be some further discussion, at least in respect of one aspect. But why, in your view, has it taken so long to get to this stage and it's still not completed?
So part of it is volume of work within the team, principally at the my level and my direct reports. We've had a volume of operational work, investigative work, setting up the assurance function. Those meant that we had to deprioritise something. We couldn't do it all. So I had to deprioritise the formalisation of that policy.
We've heard evidence from some witnesses about a fear of decision-making and a fear of accountability within certain levels of the post office. Mm-hmm. To what extent has that contributed to these new policies not yet being implemented?
I think that applies to this as well.
And where do you say the responsibility lies for that?
Say.
The senior executive group.
Yes.
Thank you. You've mentioned the investigators manual. Perhaps we could turn to that. That's poll 00448-014. This is a document that is in force. It has been approved, I think, in June 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's perhaps giving it a higher status or authority than perhaps it should have.
Because it's not a policy, it's a guide.
Correct.
This particular version is the 19th of September of 2023, version 1.1. Is that the most up-to-date version as far as you're aware?
I'm not sure. There is constantly, it's meant to be a living document. So it's not, there will be different versions. I know another one's being worked on at the moment, to some degree, but it's being paused pending the discussions in the next couple of weeks around the new policy, because obviously that will have implications for the guidance that's required.
And where does this sit with those other guides, other policies, that you've mentioned?
So it's not a policy.
Yeah.
This is a manual. It's not a procedural document. It's guidance. I think it's being described as a handrail for investigators.
But it presumably needs to be consistent with the policies.
Yes.
And will therefore be adapted as the policy adapts.
Yes, and of course policies are not how-to guides. Policies should be a statement of a particular position on an issue.
Thank you. If we scroll over the page, we can see how it's described in the forward. It's page 4. The Post Office is committed to doing things correctly. Our values and behaviours represent the conduct we expect. This expansive and detailed manual, its guides and templates supports those of our colleagues charged to help us ensure the highest standards of integrity, proper behaviour, crime prevention, detection and case management are maintained. Did you draft this, or presumably this is one of the first documents that you were involved in having joined the Post Office?
It was a team effort. So the team put this together. And then sections of it that relate to the operations in other teams. So, for instance, the retail teams, they had an input to and provided their elements of this manual.
Thank you. If we could scroll down and over the page to the introduction. We see there it says, this manual is intended to provide clear guidance on the considerations that must be made when conducting investigations. It is not intended to be a training manual for investigators. The manual prescribes the professional standards which the group expects of all those that undertake investigations on its behalf. Is this used not just by your team then, but by the other teams within the business who carry out the lower level investigations?
Correct.
Could we please turn to page 16? And this is actually the section I mentioned before. I'd just like to spend a bit of time looking at interviews. It says there, this guidance applies to all types of investigative interviewing, not only to interviews conducted as part of a criminal investigation. The principles are based on ensuring fairness to interviewee, but also to facilitate an appropriately effective investigation. And it sets out 3 different types of interviews that might be conducted. Witness interviews, conduct subject interviews, and something called criminal conduct subject interviews. It says a witness interview is conducted with persons who are able to provide testimony to the event under investigation or provide clarification on matters or systems relating to the investigation. So that's somebody presumably who isn't suspected of something. They might be a witness.
They can help the investigation, yes.
Thank you. A conduct interview is conducted with a person suspected of breaching group policy or regulation, and there is no suggestion that a criminal offence may have occurred. Authority to conduct this type of interview must be obtained from the investigator's line manager, designated deputy. What does that mean by investigator's line manager, designated deputy?
So the interviewer's line manager, or someone that might be acting in their stead. So, for example, if the line manager is on annual leave or sick, then someone should be acting in that capacity.
Should that be line manager or designated deputy?
Yes, there should be a space between that R and the O.
Manager or, yes, thank you very much. A criminal conduct interview is conducted with a person who is suspected of committing a criminal offence and may be conducted by a police officer or appropriately trained, professionally qualified and experienced investigators within A&CI. Authority to conduct such interviews can only be authorised by the head of A&CI, that's yourself, or their designated deputy. When conducting interviews, IOs, what's an IO?
That's shorthand for the person that's conducting the investigation.
An investigation officer?
Yes.
Yeah. When conducting interviews, investigating officers must comply with the 7 College of Policing investigative interview principles. These principles apply to all interviews, whether part of a criminal investigation or any other form of investigation. So there is something called a criminal conduct interview, but as you have previously said, that's not something that you envisage taking place under caution. Is that correct?
So if it would help, I could explain the background to this section.
Yes, please.
So when we first were tasked to start the team in early 2022, there was consideration that our team might do interviews under caution in relation to suspected offences against Post Office. That affected the drafting of this. That intent changed, and so the new version of the manual, when we know where we stand in terms of what's expected of us, this section will entirely come out.
So in future, will you just have 2 different types of interviews or something else?
No, I think it would be a general witness who can assist us within the Post Office, or indeed outside of the Post Office. And then there'll be the, we call them accountability investigations. So anyone who, during the course of that investigation, might potentially be held accountable for an event that we were asked to investigate, but that would not include anything suspected criminal offence.
So if you were, I'm not asking you to redraft this right now, but if you could summarise what it might say in future once the proposal is passed, what do you envisage this will say in broad terms?
Okay, so I'm expecting us to adopt the general guidelines around how to conduct an effective, sensitive witness interview.
So the College of Policing investigative interview principles will stay, will they?
No, because they relate to the conduct of a criminal investigation. So we would look at things like, we can look at the ACAS guidelines, we can look at College of Policing do give guidance on dealing with, on interviewing witnesses, vulnerable people and witnesses generally. So we can look at drawing on that sort of material, but also the ACAS side, because we can balance that, those two approaches.
And will a person who's being interviewed know whether they are being interviewed as a witness, as somebody whose conduct is suspected of wrongdoing in some way, and whether here we have a third category, something even more serious than that?
Yes.
Will they be told the level of seriousness of that interview?
They are effectively already. So we do, because of our history, we tell people who might be witnesses of any type that they are not going to be interviewed under caution, because we want to be really clear about that up front so they don't worry about that and they know that this isn't going to result in a criminal issue. We say to them, we write to people who internally post office limited staff and say we would like you to meet with the investigator. That could be one of my team. It could be an external lawyer, for example, doing it, because we would like to talk to you about X, Y, and Z, which you think you could help us with. And then there are various bits about you can have a friend and stuff that goes with that. In terms of conduct, sometimes people might start as a witness, and then as the evidence evolves, that may change, in that they may then be accountable for something that they've done, and that would be made clear to them during the course of that interview or any subsequent interview.
Is that not problematic? Because somebody may say things in an interview that they shouldn't be saying because they think you're interviewing them as a witness, when in fact your officer may have may suspect that they're more than just a witness.
Not outside of a criminal context, no, because I think you may go into an interview not really knowing what this person can tell you, or having one set of views based on what has been said by other witnesses, and then that might change during the course of the investigation. Bear in mind, we don't do the resulting output of any of those accountability type investigations. The worst case scenario is that we would make a recommendation that ER would conduct a code of conduct type investigation based on information we have gathered. So they would then have another opportunity to speak with ER and do it that way. But
ER being employee relations?
Yes.
I mean, is it not possible that you might pass on the information to the police?
We haven't seen any of those so far.
Right.
And I guess theoretically, yes, but on issues that are potentially criminal, we try not to deal with too many people that would muddy the evidential environment for the police.
How's that going to work in practice, though? Because let's say you have a sub-postmaster, you're not sure if they have been committing a crime.
We don't interview postmasters.
You won't interview any sub-postmasters?
Well, it's not our role.
Who's going to be interviewing sub-postmasters?
So potentially the contracts team.
Even for a very significant loss?
If there's no suggestion of criminality, it won't come to ANCI.
If there is a suspicion of criminality, what happens? You don't interview them, or you do interview them?
We don't interview them.
So they'll be interviewed by a tier below you that doesn't have the training that your team is provided with, because your team are the experts in investigations. They'll be interviewed by somebody who is not that top tier.
No. So as soon as a lower tier forms a suspicion, which will not be based on, well, it might be based on something that's voluntarily offered during and saved to a call to the call centre. So that's them initiating contact. But my understanding is that tier 3, for example, do not speak to postmasters particularly, so they won't be interviewing them.
So you won't have a postmaster's account necessarily?
No.
And you will have to determine whether something is going to be passed to the police based on what?
So we'll have to, so all the alternative explanations are considered in tier 2 and 3.
But a postmaster won't have provided their explanation.
Well, they may have volunteered information or an account already, but my understanding is that tier 2 and 3 don't formally conduct an interview.
Can you assist us with the tiers? What is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3?
I think Mel Park explained that yesterday.
Can you briefly address that?
So the vast majority of issues, as I understand it, are dealt with at the call centre, and then the funnel sort of narrows, the pyramid narrows. So those issues that can't be resolved at that level are then escalated to tier 2. Most issues are dealt with there, and then a much smaller subset are then passed to tier 3, who are very technically capable, and then they are the ones that make referrals to us. And
although the guidance that we're seeing here refers to these various types of interviews, actually we should read into here somewhere that this only applies to people directly employed by the post office, or certainly doesn't apply to sub-postmasters.
In the main, yes. So there are a few occasions where the contracts team do speak with postmasters over potential contract breach issues, and what the purpose of this is for them is we would like them to apply the same concepts of fairness, transparency, sensitivity, disclosure, and openness in those document keeping, record keeping, and that sort of thing that you would have in another situation, so that they are treating the postmasters fairly in those discussions.
But those are discussions, not interviews?
Yes.
What determines the extent of an internal investigation prior to reporting something to a law enforcement agency?
I'm not aware that we've reported anything to law enforcement relating to an internal investigation.
How about the actions of a sub-postmaster, an apparent discrepancy, or something
so,
like those lines?
we have had, so none of our, I think it's 16 cases that ANCI are currently working on that we've reported to the police. None of those relate to a cash shortfall.
And in those particular cases, how do you determine whether to pass something to the police or not?
So there is often information provided by another party. So, for example, we've reported a matter to the police where the postmaster has reported that a family member has run off with a bag of cash, a cash pouch. We've had issues where we have taken a witness statement from a postmaster who was subject to coercive behaviour from a partner that has resulted in activity in the branch that has come to our attention. So we will seek to get that additional evidence, and when reporting the matter that affects post office, we would pass that information on as well, and that would form part of our decision-making process to do it.
Thank you. I'd just like to talk about two other policies very briefly before we take our mid-morning break. The first is the financial crime policy of July 2023. Could that be brought up on screen? That's poll 00447 947. This isn't your team's policy, is it? I don't think.
No, it's not.
No. In your statement, though, you have identified at page 14 there was an error. If we could turn to page 14, please. It's the bottom of that page in respect of internal financial crime / fraud. At the bottom there it says detective controls all reports received of or instances identified of internal fraud will be fully investigated, and where appropriate, Post Office will prosecute individuals. You've identified that as an error in that policy. Are you aware of that having been amended since it has been identified?
I know people were instructed to amend it. I don't know whether they have.
And the final document that we'll go to before the break is the sub-postmaster contract. That's POL 000000254. So this is the standard sub-postmaster's contract. If we could please turn to page 71. This is an issue that's been identified and addressed with other witnesses, including Mr. Reid. We can see there that it refers at the top of the page to the investigation division. And if we scroll over the page, we can see, for example, it refers to inquiries by officers of the Post Office Investigation Division. It says in the bullet point 12, it says the Investigation Division does not inquire into matters where crime is not suspected. Is this out of date?
Absolutely. Sorry if I may, it might assist.
Yes.
In early August, I was asked by the lawyers who were reviewing postmaster contracts to come up with a new, better contract, fairer contract. I was asked to review sections of this, and I've asked for all of this to be taken out.
Is it surprising, given the level of scrutiny that has been taking place for years now on postmaster contracts and on the policies and procedures of the Post Office, that has remained in there for so long?
Yeah, I think I was very surprised it was there.
Who, in your view, is responsible for that?
I don't know who actually owns postmaster contracts, I'm afraid.
Would it have been your predecessor who would have inputted into that?
I don't consider myself to have a predecessor. No. But I take your point. Do you mean the head of security?
Perhaps.
Okay. I imagine yes, partly, but I think postmaster contracts are likely to be owned in their totality in a different department.
Okay, thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our mid-morning break.
Yeah, fine.
Could we come back at 22, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bartlett, just to revisit that issue that we were just addressing before the break, does it say in the investigator's manual or in any of those policies that we've looked at that the post office won't interview postmasters?
It says in the new draft manual that we won't conduct interviews under caution. I'm not sure it goes down another level. I was thinking in the break perhaps we need to separate out in the investigation policy so that we can be explicit as to what applies to a postmaster linked investigation conducted in retail, for example, as opposed to in-house, post offices limited type people.
Has there been an explicit decision that post office will not interview postmasters?
There's been a decision that my team will not interview postmasters, yes.
And I think where we got to before the break was that the other teams wouldn't interview postmasters, they would have a discussion with them.
Yes.
Are you aware of any overarching decision that no interviews will take place with postmasters?
So my understanding of practice and policy within the retail space is that they do not do interviews.
There may be a degree of difficulty in practice in deciding whether what is in fact happening amounts to an interview or a discussion, right? Forget interviews under caution. That's clear. There has to be a caution. I understand your evidence on that. But how is anyone to determine when a discussion becomes an interview, Mr. Bartlett? You've got experience, I know, of both police and other regulators in respect of this. I mean, I'm familiar, obviously, with the situation in which an employee, let's forget sub-postmasters to take the heat out of it, has a discussion with an employer or is formally interviewed by an employer about various things. It's not an interview under caution. The employer isn't doing anything like that. But they are trying to get to the bottom of something, if I can put it in that way.
Yes.
In practice, how is the difference to be delineated?
I think it's very difficult to draw a distinction myself. It depends what definition of an interview that one would want to settle on. You know, is it a structured conversation with the objective of establishing facts or experience of a particular matter in hand? That could be one definition, in which case my view is that that will occur in the retail space. But it depends on what they mean, what is meant.
Yeah, I mean, let's take the example that I raised with you to understand the process in respect of involving outside investigators. When Ms. Tooting was speaking to Mr. Reid, I would expect that most people would call that an interview, not a discussion.
I agree, sir.
Right. So is it, I'm only asking completely open-mindedly, is it possible to, in a document like a manual or a policy, to actually lay down when a discussion becomes an interview, or vice versa for that matter?
It is very difficult, and I think there are a range of views as to when an interview is, what an interview is and when it is occurring.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I have some sympathy with that, having seen various manifestations of all this over 50 years. Anyway, I think the more important question for me is, can you foresee, this is not about interviews under caution, all right? I understand what's going on about that. But do you foresee any problem about there being the facility for investigators, whether part of your team or any other team, when appropriate, to interview someone?
I think in any other organisation, no, sir, I wouldn't. In post office, because of the sensitivity of the past, which I completely understand.
So what we're really grappling with is the fact that because of the history, people are very sensitive about what might be regarded as oppressive interviews. That's the reality of it, is it not? And so they're trying to do everything they can to avoid it.
Yes, and I think that it's something that the people who would be spoken with would like to avoid and are cautious about participating in. But absolutely within post office, there is huge nervousness about those sort of conversations happening.
Fine. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Blake.
No, it's been very helpful, sir. And can I just follow on, just to establish who is responsible at the post office for formulating an overarching policy that addresses that issue?
I think it would need to be a combination of different teams.
I mean, the way that I had understood your witness statement and your evidence was that your department, A and CI, essentially sets the overarching policy for investigations. Mm-hmm. And then that filters down throughout the rest of the business, and you ensure that the rest of the business, by your assurance purpose, you assure that the rest of the business essentially keeps the kinds of standards that your department sets.
Yes.
So is it not your responsibility and your department's responsibility to formulate the policy with respects to interviewing, or however you may call it, sub-postmasters?
I think we would play a central part in that, absolutely, but it needs to be a collegiate approach, because a lot of the staff that would need to do that would not be within my team. And I know that they would be uncomfortable in some situations in doing that. So I think it's something I can take away and discuss.
The investigator's manual is a manual that your team is responsible for, is that right?
Yes.
The group investigations and cooperation with law enforcement policy, the new policy, again, that is something that your team are responsible for.
For drafting, yes.
Yes. So wouldn't your team be responsible ultimately, however much consultation you carry out amongst other teams, wouldn't your team be responsible for a policy that addresses what to do in circumstances where a postmaster or their assistant is being interviewed?
Yes, once that policy is formulated and approved, then yes, we would.
And can you assist us with why such a policy is not yet in place?
Because of the sensitivities, so that particular element of the policy, or the policy generally.
Why there isn't a policy that sets out, for example, what to do if during an interview or a discussion you suspect somebody of criminality? Where does somebody turn to in the business, in the retail team, in the contracts team? Where do they currently turn to answer that question?
They would contact our team.
And your team currently doesn't have a policy. Why doesn't it have a policy?
Because the landscape is constantly changing.
What does that mean?
In terms of the expectation or appetite within the post office for investigations, it's not been yet nailed down to my satisfaction. There's also...
Isn't this an absolute perfect example of that fear to take things forward in the business? Because things are going to be sensitive forever if
Yeah.
you let them.
No, I would agree with that.
Can you assist the chair with when such a policy might be implemented?
Not with a specific date, no, because we need to go back and consult with other departments, get their input, run it through the approvals process. It will absolutely need...
There's consultation, approvals processes in all of these policies. We're years down the line now.
Yes.
Can you say to the chair when you anticipate that those various consultations will have developed a policy that relates to the interviewing of postmasters?
I can't say for certainty because I can't control that, but my ambition would be that we would have it done perhaps by the end of the calendar year or the financial year.
Which calendar year?
This calendar year.
I'd like to move on then to liaison with law enforcement. The Post Office formally ceased private prosecutions on the 22nd of September 2020, is that right?
Formally, yes.
Yes. And I think you've said that they essentially didn't have a criminal trial for fraud, theft or false accounting after the second site report, so after the 8th of July 2013, is that subject to, I think you've said there's a caveat in your witness statement that addresses an instance in 2015.
That's correct.
You've provided some data in your statement, paragraph 89 onwards. There are lots of caveats in the figures that you have provided, but broadly speaking, you have set out that there have been in the region of 328 investigations into alleged fraud, theft, or false accounting since the 8th of July 2013. Is that correct?
Yes, so 300, I believe it was 301 were done in the old security team whilst they thought that they were waiting for business to continue as they saw it.
So a much smaller figure that has been carried out under your team.
Correct.
You say that there have been in the region of 25 that have been reported to the police in that period. Is that correct?
That was correct at the time of writing the statement, yes. I'm sure that may have changed since writing the statement.
What do you consider the difference in those figures shows?
I think it shows that issues are being resolved in the retail teams now on a more equal, collegiate and open basis through the process that Mel Park oversees, that perhaps in the past went straight to a criminal investigation.
Do you think that those matters are being resolved through Mel Park's team?
Yes.
Do you know how many prosecutions have actually taken place, not just reported to the police, but actually taken place, either in respect of that particular time period or in respect of any time period that you're able to assist us with?
From matters that we've reported?
Yes.
None.
None. So there have been 25 reported to the police. None have actually reached the prosecution stage.
Not yet.
Do you anticipate that a high proportion or a low proportion of those 25 will reach that stage?
I don't think that I'm able to comment on that because I don't know what evidence the police have.
But I mean, if we take those 25, go back to 2013, some of them, presumably...
Not the ones we've reported.
So can you assist us? How many have you reported since your team has been in place?
I think that's the 25 figure, but I would need to check.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but am I right in thinking that these 25 cases are the ones that are summarised in your appendix, I'm calling it that, from page 105 onwards?
It's included in the appendix, so yes, I think with summary
So
of others.
we've actually got, at the end of that, the last column of that analysis tells us if there's been a closure date, in other words, the case is over one way or another, or whether it's ongoing. As far as you're aware, is that still essentially the picture, or has it changed from the time you produce your witness statement?
I think it's broadly the same, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I'd like to look at a number of group executive report decisions and board decisions that relate to the issue of liaising with law enforcement. Can we please turn to poll 00447-975? We start on the 20th of April 2022, and that's a group executive report. You're listed there as one of the authors of this report, and it sets out the background to the establishment of what was then the Central Investigations Unit, the CIU. If we scroll down, we can see it says, following detailed assessment, KPMG concluded in their report of August 2021 that Post Office should create a Central Investigations Unit. The introduction of the CIU was to ensure Post Office-wide investigations would be properly planned, resourced, documented and executed, with lessons learned fed back into the business. KPMG also recommended a target operating model. Post Office decided to form a CIU, and the head of CIU was appointed on the 21st of February 2022. That's yourself.
Correct.
We're seeking approval to recruit the rest of CIU in line with KPMG's recommendations, and it sets out there what was required at that point in time. Paragraph 4 says all observations made by KPMG are considered as being met or adopted in this proposal, which is as follows. A virtual Post Office investigations branch develops a one-team approach to Post Office investigations, ensuring the application of best practice across the organisation. Is that in place?
Partially.
I mean, we spoke earlier of something overarching that ensures the consistency of all of the investigations. Was that the aim of that?
Yes, it was.
And when you say partially, why partially? If we scroll up, sorry.
That's okay. The intent at the time was to perhaps to have a more so to help to embed practice approaches. It's always good for different teams to have the same purpose and to relate well to each other and to understand the positions, and that was the idea of a virtual scheme. The business prefers a linear approach, which is reports come into the call centre, they go through the process of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 and come to us. And I think there was not the appetite within the organisation to have something called an investigations branch because of the history of the organisation. So when I say in part, I mean it hasn't landed as a branch, if you like, but the assurance, consistency of approach, methodologies has.
Thank you. So I don't know, I mean, what does the word virtual even mean?
Well, so not in the same management chain. So as opposed to a single chain of command with different teams reporting into the same hierarchy and up, what the virtual side is, for example, in Mel Parks's team, she has several team leaders that report into her, and she reports into someone different to who I report to. That's why it'd be virtual.
Thank you. If we scroll down, business-based decentralised teams conduct the highest volume and lower risk casework, with the CIU conducting the higher risk or more complex investigations. That's accurate, is it?
It is.
If we scroll down, it says there, the penultimate bullet point there, an alternative to private prosecutions is proposed to permit criminality evidenced by Post Office investigators to be progressed in all 4 nations of the UK in order to act as a deterrent and to seek financial recoveries. Can you assist us with what that means?
Where we have suspicion that a criminal offence may have occurred and that harm may have been caused to the Post Office because of that suspected criminal conduct, we should report it to the police.
Thank you. Seeking financial recoveries, and this is a term, or similar words are used in a number of other documents. To what extent is it necessary, in your view, to use the criminal justice system to seek financial recoveries, as opposed to, for example, a civil claim?
I'm not sure I understand the question, sorry.
We'll see in a number of places that there's reference to criminal prosecutions passing matters to the police in order, amongst other things, to recover money. Why, in your view, or is it your view, that the criminal justice system is the appropriate place to recover money, and is it seen as more helpful than, for example, civil proceedings?
Okay. So, to be very clear, the purpose of engaging with the criminal justice system is not to recover funds. That's not the overriding purpose, but it is an output of the criminal justice system for any individual or organisation. So it wouldn't be to engage law enforcement in order to recover funds. In fact, I believe I said that in a SEG meeting and asked for it to be minuted.
And I think we'll come to that.
Okay. But it is a potential output. The reality of that producing much is unlikely, is low.
Thank you. Can you assist us? The authors are listed as yourself and Sarah Gray. Did you draft different parts, or are you ultimately responsible?
No, I did the initial draft, and then Sarah reviewed it and made amendments that we agreed.
Thank you. If we stay then on this page, and if we scroll down, I'd just like to ask you about the bullet point on this page. In this document, it's bullet point 5. We'll see it appears elsewhere as well. It says the Post Office Investigations Branch was the first recognised investigation unit in the world, dating back to near the foundation of the Post Office itself. It has an unblemished reputation. It gives its motto, gentle in manner, resolute in deed, which is very much in keeping with the intended approach of the new investigation function. Did you draft that?
I did.
Can you assist us with why it's thought that the investigations branch has an unblemished reputation?
Because that applied in principally, no, I'll phrase that. The security and investigation, or security investigations team that are responsible for the scandal was not what I was referring to. Here I was referring to earlier, much earlier iterations of an investigative capability within the Post Office.
Because plainly the investigations team that was part of the security team or was involved in matters that the inquiry has been investigating.
Absolutely.
It's not presumably your view that they have an unblemished reputation.
The opposite.
Yes. Could we please turn, we're going to move on slightly in time, could we please look at poll 00448-354. This is a group executive report of the 6th of July 2022. Am I right to say, I mean, they have quite similar wording, all of these reports, but they did go separately to the group executive. The one we just looked at was April 2022. We're now in July 2022. And the proposals are changing slightly, is that right?
Yes.
If we scroll down, we can see that the input that is sought from the group executive here is to approve, for onward distribution to the board, the following three things. First, that the post office staff, postmasters and postmasters staff, all being within the remit of the Post Office Investigation Branch. But as you say, that didn't happen, or there was no investigation branch.
No.
CIU to conduct criminal investigations, so that's your team.
Yes.
Mobilising a new partnership model with the relevant bodies across the UK to facilitate the investigation and referral of suspected criminal misconduct. If we scroll down, the executive summary is that CIU will be staffed from September 2022 and fully operational by January 2023. There's the proposal halfway down that the investigation branch remit includes post office and post office staff, postmasters and postmaster staff for a range of matters based on employment, ownership of property and practical factors. Although the investigations branch doesn't exist, do you see your own team's remit as including all of those?
Yes, but also the retail team.
As in, both of you have responsibility, or the remit of both your team and the retail team includes those individuals?
Correct.
Thank you. Post Office has no appetite to pursue private prosecutions. However, it is proposed that Post Office investigators conduct investigations into suspected criminality and to report what has been evidenced to law enforcement and prosecutors in all 4 nations of the UK, the rationale being to act as a deterrent and to seek financial restitution through the independent and external criminal justice system. Again there, slightly different wording, but there's the reference there to acting as a deterrent and seeking financial restitution. Do you have a view as to whether too much emphasis is being placed on financial restitution through the criminal justice system?
Too much emphasis in regards to in the document?
Yes. In this document and similar documents?
No, because I think court-enabled confiscation and compensation is an established part, an accepted part of the criminal justice system, and so maybe an output from one of the CPS or whoever prosecuting,
Yes.
and a court finding guilt.
As a former police officer, do you think that you might put too much emphasis on the criminal justice system as being used as a route for example, financial restitution, as opposed to non-criminal courts?
No, because I've been out of the police longer than I was in the police. So my last law enforcement experience was 17 years ago. So I've had a variety of non-law enforcement roles since then.
And have your other roles involved the criminal justice system?
Sometimes, but not always.
Do you think that your focus might be too much on the criminal justice system as a mechanism to obtain financial restitution?
My commentary and connection to law enforcement is not to gain restitution.
Could we scroll down, please, to page 2? At 1.2, it seems there that the group executive agreed on the 20th of April 2022 to the forming of that virtual post office investigations branch. So what happened that meant that that didn't actually ultimately take place?
As the various phases of the inquiry progressed, members of the GE became increasingly sensitive. And I don't mean that pejoratively, I just mean they were generally more sensitive to the use of language. And so support for labelling, naming and acting as a collective function across cross functions lost its appeal.
You mentioned earlier parity with the retail team in certain respects in terms of investigation functions. Is a risk that now that that doesn't exist, that there is no overarching, or that that overarching oversight has been lost in some way?
No, I think the assurance work that we conduct is the practical measure of that.
Could we please turn over to page 5? Page 5 has a heading, Operating Model Criminal Investigations. And I'd just like to take you through a few passages from that. If we scroll down to 3.4, as a wholly government-owned corporation in respect of government funds, it may be viewed that we have a duty to investigate as well as report suspected criminal events to the relevant authority. We may be criticised for not doing so, particularly where the Post Office funds have been misappropriated, and so by inference public funds are lost. And where we seek only a commercial outcome to these events. For example, where evidence obtained via an investigation supports a suspicion of someone having defrauded the Post Office, they should be reported to the police irrespective as to whether or not the loss has been made good, so that credible deterrence may be established. Existing policies facilitates the reporting to police, but not the preceding internal investigation. This paper seeks the Group Executive's approval for CIU staff to conduct criminal investigations within the IB's remit and report these matters to police where appropriate and in accordance with the CLEP. It then sets out the operating model. It says, as a government organisation, Post Office is viewed by law enforcement differently from a privately owned company. It is unfortunately fact that law enforcement agencies deprioritise most reports of crime made by government-linked organisations if made in the traditional way. Can you assist us with that?
Yes, my experience outside of the Post Office, as well as within, is that police forces will prioritise the allocation of resources, investigative resource, to general members of the public first, which is, I think, is correct. Then there's sort of a hierarchy, unofficially, of who is assisted, and government-owned institutions come towards the bottom of that list. And so sometimes there is a struggle for law enforcement to adopt honestly held and submitted reports of crime.
And has that been your recent experience with the police?
Yes.
It says there is an expectation that a degree of self-sufficiency exists. Without recourse to private prosecutions, an alternative is required if the interests of Post Office, postmasters, our staff, our shareholder, and the public are to be protected. And then it makes the proposals. It says suspected offences with an element of criminal dishonesty would form the vast majority, if not all, of our criminal investigations and potential referrals. This would include theft, fraud of all types, and money laundering. These types of offences are those which most LEAs do not have sufficient nor sufficiently skilled resource allocated, and which are lengthy to investigate, often resulting in them not being prioritised. If we do not investigate these matters prior to referral, then the likelihood of preventing the loss of public money significantly diminishes, as does any deterrence factor. Jurisdiction is also relevant. Typically, authorities in Scotland are less inclined to adopt evidence collected by non-LEA investigators. England and Wales LEAs expect an almost complete case in an admissible format, and Northern Ireland is likely to be somewhere in between the two. Just pausing there, if the policy is to not interview sub-postmasters or their assistants, how can there be sufficient information to meet that almost complete case?
You can't, this is an example of how the environment has changed since I started in the Post Office and the appetite of the Post Office.
So is it your view, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, please do answer exactly in your own words, but is it your view that the not interviewing of postmasters is going to significantly limit the ability to take matters forward in the criminal courts?
I think it makes it more difficult for the police to adopt an investigation. I don't think it... And then it would sit with them. So for them to use the investigative tools that they have, that we don't and shouldn't have as a corporate, they need a basis in which to create, to open an investigation. And it would be easier for them to do that if an interview, for example, or other techniques are being used to gather evidence that they can consider.
England and Wales, it says the proposal is for a CEO letter to the what's now the Department for Business, and then on with a minister's endorsement, requests assistance from the Commissioner of the City of London Police Economic Crime Directorate to work in partnership with the CIU to investigate and then refer to the Crown Prosecution Service all strong cases of dishonesty-based offences above a certain level of complexity or monetary loss. A dedicated team to be formed within the City of London Police Economic Crime Department. Post Office or the Department for Business may be asked to contribute to the cost of the team. And then there are also similar proposals for Scotland and Northern Ireland. And paragraph 4.7 says, by seeking partnership working in this way, Post Office demonstrates that we do not operate as a victim, investigator and prosecutor. Conceptually, the police and the prosecutors will decide on the strength of evidence that they will or will not progress through the criminal justice system, not the Post Office. To get to that point, Post Office will need to collect admissible evidence to assist overstretched LEAs, and that requires competent, evidence-led, ethical investigators. Can you assist us with the current position insofar as that's concerned? Has there been, for example, a letter sent to the City of London Police Economic Crime team?
As a letter was sent to the Chief Constable, the Commissioner of the City of London Police, and there is no dedicated team within the City of London Police, but they have agreed, because they also are lead force for fraud, and they oversee the fraud reporting position for the country, for England and Wales. They've undertaken to look at cases that come through action fraud that we report. That's the extent of that.
Has there been, one proposal is contribution from the Post Office to the cost of police investigations?
No, those discussions haven't taken place.
Scotland, Northern Ireland have matters?
So Northern Ireland, we're hopefully about to sign an MOU with them in terms of a single reporting point for Post Office. That's not an undertaking by PSNI that they will investigate everything we tell them or report to them at all, but it establishes a pipeline for Post Office to go to a single point of contact. In Scotland, we have a good informal working relationship with the Economic Crime Unit there, but again, that's just so that we have a single referral point into someone that understands the issues that we're dealing with. It doesn't affect their independence as an investigator, and it doesn't guarantee that those matters would be adopted as an investigation.
Thank you. Can we please turn to poll 00448321? And this is a meeting of the Group Executive Tactical Meeting, 3rd of August 2022. And we can see matters being discussed over the page, please. It says, investigation, Sarah Gray and John Bartlett. Did you attend this meeting?
Yes, it looks like me. I don't remember it particularly, but it says I attended.
Yeah. Let's have a look from the third bullet point down, if we could scroll down slightly. SG, so Sarah Gray, I outlined 3 approvals requested from the Group Executive. The remit in terms of the applicability of the CIU branch was not controversial. The part that was more controversial was the proposal in relation to the CIU conducting criminal investigations. To be clear, we're not looking for the CIU to undertake criminal prosecutions. We were proposing that the CIU undertook criminal investigations before referring. In terms of why we wanted to do this, we were a cash business, and £2.5 million has been identified as potentially being recoverable. Do you know how that figure was arrived at?
I don't think that's correct. So it is, I believe at the time it was true that the apparent value of loss to Post Office of the potential criminal matters that were afoot totalled 2.5 million, but it absolutely would not be recoverable.
Do you have an idea of what that current figure might look like?
Well, if you take it as not what could be recovered, but the total value of potential loss is about 3.6 million.
Thank you. If we scroll down NR, so Mr. Reed queried whether the culture was that people were back-footed due to the situation over the last 3 years. And Ms. Gray replied that whilst the vast majority of postmasters were decent, honest, reliable people, in any big group there would be people who looked to take advantage of loopholes, and there was knowledge that there would be no deterrent. This was incredibly disheartening for employees who undertook the investigations, then saw the work go nowhere. Is that something that you had been experiencing?
No, I think that relates to the retail team.
Thank you. Ms. Gray referenced the legal duty the company has as an organisation in receipt of public funds to investigate and then refer suspected criminal conduct. We were not currently completely fulfilling this duty. And then it goes on to yourself. It says that you noted that Post Office's ownership structure and shared your view that we needed to be doing more when it came to criminal investigations. We could provide evidence to law enforcers and prosecutors to assist them. And then this is Mr. Mladenov noted that we could still recover losses via civil recovery. And it says that you agreed that civil recovery remained open to us, or we could pursue under the Proceeds of Crime Act. So we could ask law enforcement to ask the court for the criminal proceeds to be repaid to us. We would also assert that we were asserting the rights of postmasters when postmasters' staff stole from them. So Proceeds of Crime Act was likely the best way to recover monies. And this touches again on the same point that I made before, that it may be suggested that you were perhaps too focused on the criminal aspect rather than the civil aspect. But that's something that you don't agree with.
So that was a discussion about the Proceeds of Crime Act and recovery through the courts. So
yes,
that's what the discussion was about.
But Mr. Mladenov suggested, for example, that you could that civil recovery could be the route to obtain recover losses.
Yeah.
And the focus from you seems to be on the Proceeds of Crime Act. What's your view on that?
Because the discussion was around court cases and the criminal court matters, and so that was the focus of the investigation, of the conversation.
Do you think there's been sufficient thought given within the business to actually using the civil courts to recover money that's owed to the Post Office?
I believe papers have been taken to SEG in relation to civil recovery.
Yes. And what role do you see you having in that?
I think, as we mentioned earlier, we might assure the evidence collection and testing of that evidence.
And what is your view as to whether civil recovery or using the criminal courts and the Proceeds of Crime Act would be more appropriate as a general policy?
That's a difficult one. It depends what perspective you come from, I think. So, for example, if I was a postmaster or postmaster's assistant and I was told that Post Office wanted to take me through a civil recovery process, I would be worried. The reason, because of history. And the reason being, I feel that, is that there would be no independent assessor of evidence between the Post Office and that material being introduced into a civil court.
So in essence, a civil process is adversarial, whereas a criminal process you have the level of the police involvement as well.
And a prosecutor, so it's 2 additional levels.
Thank you. We see there at the bottom, if we could scroll down, please. SG, so Ms. Gray noted that after encouraging a culture of speak up, we had seen allegations increase of fraud, theft, or nebulous financial crime. NR asked for more detail and also asked who was making the complaints. You advised that postmaster staff were reporting more than postmasters. So have you seen an increase in postmaster staff reporting crime?
We did at that time. It was the predominant category of reporting through the Speak Up service at that time. It isn't now. That's changed, but at that time that was the case.
And what is it now?
Behaviours at the senior level.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
So people, the predominant or the a high number of reports through the Speak Up line at the moment are commenting or reporting poor behaviours at head of department level or SEG level.
And without going into any detail of specific complaints, can you give us a flavour of what those focus on?
They are often around bullying, harassment, not harassment, bullying, poor conduct, matters that would normally be dealt with in an ER context.
Thank you. The final bullet point there, in AC, I think that's Mr. Cameron's absence, Ms. Gray raised his concern regarding the reliability of evidence while we remained on Horizon. You replied that you could choose which data you relied on, and we would use the most reliable data. You further advised that speaking to MR's team, that's Mr. Roberts, is it? Martin Roberts?
Probably.
MR's team were not seeing any inherently unreliable data. Just pausing there, in this phase we've heard some criticism of Mr. Roberts. Karen McEwen was critical of his abilities. The sub-postmaster non-executive directors also raised concerns about Mr. Roberts. Did you have concerns, or do you have concerns about Mr. Roberts' abilities?
I didn't interact very often with Martin Roberts, so I haven't seen a range. I certainly wouldn't know anything about his performance.
Do you know how he could have formed the view that they were not seeing any inherently unreliable data? I mean, what was your understanding at that time?
So that's through the application of the process in the retail teams, where they look for what bugs, errors, defects, calls to the helpline existed around those particular transactions that they were looking at.
So they look at helpline data?
I believe so.
NR noted that whilst he took Mr. Cameron's point, where we proceeded and handed over to law enforcement and prosecutors, it would be on the basis of having conducted sound and thorough investigations. If we scroll over the page, please. Thank you. You advised that you had spoken with Public Prosecutors Service and they were willing to work with us. What we wanted to achieve was a strategic relationship, as it would be the same officers who dealt with the cases. Is that what we saw earlier?
So that's specific. What's missing from there is the Northern Ireland Public Prosecutor's Office.
So that was specific to Northern Ireland?
Yes.
Mr. Fote noted that it was important to emphasise that the case assessment, decision and conclusion would be performed by the external prosecutor. Post Office had a legal and moral obligation to provide the information of suspected criminal misconduct to law enforcement, and there was a public narrative that supported that approach. The group executive resolved to approve for onward forwarding to the board for noting that the Post Office staff, postmasters and postmaster staff all being within the remit of the Post Office Investigations Branch, CIU to conduct criminal investigations, and the mobilising of a new partnership model with the relevant bodies across the UK to facilitate the investigation and referral of suspected criminal misconduct. Are you able to assist us with why the group executive approved that to the board for noting rather than for active discussion at board level?
No, I can't.
Could we please turn at group executive level?
Presumably.
We have you there as the author alongside Sarah Gray. And it says the board is asked to note, and that's exactly as we saw it in the previous document. And if we scroll down, we can see the recommendations in terms of the operating model at page 6 and 7 remain the same. And you've explained the ultimate decision that was taken in respect of progressing that matter.
Yes.
Could we please turn to poll 004483327? We're back at group executive level now. We're now in 2023, 28th of June 2023, so this is 9 months later, and you are reporting to the group executive in respect of prioritisation and resourcing of your department. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says there the group executive is asked to agree the priorities for CIU for the next 2 financial years, so that takes us into now.
Yes.
And approve the additional funding recommended below necessary to service the current and projected investigations within these priorities. So by this stage, you've been given approval to carry out criminal investigations into criminal matters. Is that correct?
Correct.
If we scroll down, please, we can see a section over the page on prioritisation. It says the Post Office requires a business-as-usual central investigation function which is resourced to deliver quality investigations in priority areas at an appropriate scale and to assure the investigative capabilities of the dispute resolution, network monitoring and reconciliation and contracts teams. Financial crime, data protection and information rights, and ER investigations teams could also be assured in this way in the future. The Post Office also needs the central function to be able to flex in a way that allows it to deliver investigations required outside of and in addition to business as usual. The department is not currently resourced to deliver these demands. Can you assist us with that? What was meant by not currently resourced?
We were being asked to do more than we had capacity to do.
And is that capacity in respect of funding, in respect of manpower, or something else?
Predominantly staffing.
We'll get to, in due course, how things develop, but was this approved?
Not entirely.
In terms of additional resourcing, was sufficient resourcing provided?
No.
And why not, in your view?
Because the Post Office has a limited budget. It has to make difficult funding decisions. And on this occasion, it was decided that there were other priorities.
If we scroll down, I'd just like to read to you from paragraph 6. The intention to conduct a full network count of stock and cash prior to rolling branches onto MBIT will reasonably generate significant numbers of criminal investigations. CIU will be required to play its part in managing this investigative demand. CIU is not staffed to meet current requirements and certainly not a short to medium term increase caused by the move to NBIT. The rollout of MBIT will almost certainly generate significant casework for CIU during the all-branch audit phase. This is something we've heard some evidence on. So the idea is that once MBIT is up and running, all branches are audited.
Yes, I think the idea is so it's a fresh start on a new system.
Whilst this is difficult to precisely anticipate, if only 1% of the branches are found to have issues that need potential criminal investigations to resolve shortfalls or stock issues, then a potential circa 115 new cases will result. So is it still your anticipation that when the move is undertaken to the new system, NBIT, that there will be a significant number of new criminal cases?
I think it depends what the new system entails and what it looks like. So is it going to be a direct replacement, or is it going to be a different thing? I don't know at the moment. But if the presumption here at that stage was that it would be an entirely new thing rolled out, and therefore the audits would be required, and that it would remain the same if that becomes the case.
And when you say you don't know at the moment whether it will become a new thing or not. MBIT's relatively far down the line now, certainly in terms of the time it's being taken to be built. Are you sufficiently aware of those developments of MBIT to be able to forward plan?
Not at this stage, no.
And why not?
Because I'm not sure. I think the strategic review and the MBIT project are yet to settle on something firm to that level of detail, I think. I have provided this is what we would need from an investigative perspective in terms of data access and understanding things like that. So I have been engaged at that level.
Yeah. I mean, we saw from the reporting lines, you report to the Interim General Counsel. Do you think that you are sufficiently involved in the business, both structurally and in practice, to be able to input sufficiently into the NBIT system?
I mean, it's a technical project, and we are being consulted and we're providing an input in terms of, from a practical point of view, once it's in place, what we would need in terms of data to be able to perform our role.
How about the concern that's being raised here? Do you think the business sufficiently understands the resourcing impact that the audit, the all-branch audit, for example, or simply the new system might place on you?
I believe so. It was evident in this paper. And it wouldn't just be CIU that would need to be involved. There would be many operational teams that would need to be involved in that rollout.
Could we turn over the page, please? And there's a section there on MBIT rollout and assisting the reset. It says, all suspected thefts/frauds to be passed to CIU, who will then triage them and report as necessary to the police. Where a report is for amounts in excess of £100,000, then CIU will provide active investigative support to the police. Where the sum is below £100,000, CIU will form a link between the Retail Central Operations Investigations Team and the police to facilitate the obtaining of evidence and the witness statements by the police. Is that still the intention?
I think it would be the start point. There is no plan that's cast in stone at this stage.
I don't want to pin you down on dates again, but when do you anticipate that a plan might be in place?
I think it would depend on what the target rollout date is, and I don't know what that is.
Is there a risk by placing this value threshold, say £100,000 goes to your team, below that goes to another team, of some two-tier system developing within the post office with respect to investigations?
So this is in terms of, so what it says here is that we would provide active investigative support to the police for over 100,000, but we would introduce the police investigators for other matters below that 100,000 direct into the business.
Yeah.
So you're still having police look at all of those matters, so that's the same. The difference is the level of involvement from my team, but it is a two-tier system.
And do you think the 100,000 mark draws a line appropriately?
I think that flexes depending on, well, it's a start point. It's slightly arbitrary. And at the moment, we apply the same level within our teams at the moment, but we flex it depending on available resource and what matters are requiring investigation.
If we look down to business integrity operations, 1, protection of public funds, it says investigate all suspected theft and fraud offences against the post office and manage the interaction with police for cases over the value of £100,000. For matters below £100,000, CIU will manage the reporting process to the police, but the police will need to deal directly with other police teams. Sorry, yeah, that's...
Poll teams.
the section. The second bullet point there, provide support to case building and testing of evidence for civil recoveries over £50,000. Matters below £50,000 would need to be supported by external counsel, for which there is currently no funding or not proceeded with. Can you assist us with that?
At the time that this was written, there was work underway to look at whether civil cases was an option. And as I mentioned earlier, the anticipated involvement of ANCI, or CIU as it was then, would be to effectively provide quality assurance over the evidence that had been collected.
And at that point in time, there was currently no funding. Is there funding for that, and what's currently envisaged for that?
I don't believe there is funding. I think it's still a concept under discussion.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 00447-948? There's then discussion of this paper at the group executive level on the 28th of June of 2023. Sarah Gray is present at this meeting. Were you an attendee? Pardon?
Sorry, I was just thinking. I don't know. I'm not listed as having attended.
If we turn to page 6, it has your name, but it may be that your name is on the paper rather than attending it. Let's see. Actually, no, it does mention JB, so let's have a look. If we scroll down, please, to the bottom of page 6, it appears that you were at the meeting.
Okay.
It's over the page, sorry. It's internal page 6, or our page 6. Central Investigation Unit Resourcing. If we scroll down.
Oh, yes, so I'm noted there as attending, but not at the top.
Yes. It says, JB, so that's yourself, spoke to the paper outlining the request for additional resource to service the backlog of investigations which was increasing, and also to bring additional support ahead of the rollout of MBIT, where there could be a number of referrals to CIU, and it sets out there even if the 1%, that's exactly the same as in the paper itself. NR, so Mr. Reid queried, how would you prioritise business as usual work in your team? You replied referencing the prioritisation as set out in the paper. KS, I think that's Catherine Sherratt, clarified that the ask was an increase in budget. Sarah Gray replied that it was, however, outlined the potential financial payback in future years. You noted this and shared your view financial savings should not be the basis for the decision, and that's the point I think that you were making in your evidence earlier.
Yes.
It was only one element. KS advised that whilst the group executive did not appear to disagree with the ask, that there needed to be understanding as to where this money would come from in the budget. Over the page, please. TM, that's Mr. McGuinness, queried whether a scaled-up CIU team was part of path clearing and NBIT preparation. Mr. Mladenov replied that the additional resource in the CIU team required for NBIT should be charged to NBIT. You contributed that it was not simply an issue of scaling up the team, it was a matter of matching resource to task. What do you mean by that?
So there are sort of two approaches to team staffing and remit making. One is you decide what you want to achieve and you resource it properly, or you decide what your resource is and you task reasonably what that team can deal with. We had neither of those.
You raised a concern around fairness to postmasters in relation to the capacity of CIU. For example, suspended postmasters would remain suspended until the CIU had capacity to address the case. Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, I was talking hypothetically that if a matter was referred to CIU for us to investigate because there was some suspicion of dishonesty, and if as a consequence of that referral, the contracts team had suspended a postmaster, a case sitting on our books because we don't have enough people to deal with it is unfair.
Action KS noted similar requests for additional funding that had been and were coming to the group executive, and advised that the group executive needed to devise a process to deal with these requests as the year went on. She advised that she was happy to take an action to think about the best way to process these requests. And you have there the group executive resolved that the priorities for CIU for those financial years are approved, and in order to prepare for and manage anticipated pre-NBIT rollout branch audit matters, additional funding in the amount of £360,000 to provide the resource as set out in the paper is hereby approved, but then says the group executive declined to approve the other additional funding requests in the paper at this time. Where did that leave matters, and have matters changed since then?
So that the 360 for the MBIT was to come from the MBIT budget. So it's to use an existing budget to pay, if required, whenever we got around to doing the MBIT rollout, that we could provide that support to that programme, which in effect meant no extra money was being assigned out of the normal post office budget, because it was MBIT budget. So where that left us was I didn't get any additional resource, and to point you've made previously, which is this is an example of no decision making.
Is it still the position?
I've had some additional, I think, to fixed term contract provision since, but I don't have a team start. Going back to those two options, we don't have enough people in the team to comfortably deal with, in a way that won't break my people, what's been asked of us. And we're spending a lot of money on external lawyers to do that work that we can't do.
When you say external lawyers, we spoke much earlier about using external firms. Yes. In respect of what work, and how actually is that a saving to the business?
It isn't a saving to the business.
Why is it, in your view, that funding can't be extended to your team in the way that you're asking?
So we get funding on an outcome actually from what Catherine Sherritt is talking about in this paper is that operational expenditure committee, I think it's called, was established, which is a central point for all teams within the organisation to go to when they've got unexpected funding requests. So that was a positive outcome. It was centralised, it was more coordinated. And when we have an investigation where we feel there's a need to go outside to have law firms or whoever, accountancy firms, to conduct that investigation, we go there and we ask for the money. And that is, so far, always been authorised. But what hasn't been authorised is a permanent increase in the headcount within my team. So initially, those two extra investigation managers that I mentioned earlier, they were to be permanent. They were authorised to be permanent, and then it was downscaled to being temporary on a fixed-term contract for a year. So I think I can understand a commercial decision being let's not increase an ongoing expense. It might be simpler to, or more expedient to have a temporary increase in cost.
Thank you. There's one final document that we'll go to before the lunch break, and that is at poll 00458-015. The document we've just been looking at is June 2023. This is now October 2023, and it's a Post Office Board meeting. If we could please turn to page 117. 117. Sorry, it might take a moment to come up. go over the page, perhaps? Thank you. This is a document dated, it's a board report, 31st of October 2023. It's written by you. I'm just going to read to you from the input sort and the executive summary, and this is something that we spoke about earlier today. The board is asked to approve, in line with policy, to pass evidence to Police Scotland, and two, for the board to discuss the pros and cons of a policy change which would allow a more confident handling of Horizon data and its provision to law enforcement. The executive summary says, Post Office's current investigation policy, cooperation with law enforcement policy and legal playbook requires board sign-off to permit the passing of HNGA Horizon evidence to the police to support their investigations, where the Post Office may be the victim of a crime. In line with this policy, board sign-off is sought for the passing of evidence to the Police Scotland relating to, and that's a particular case.
Yes.
Following the implementation of robust processes and the hiring of highly experienced staff, a change to the current policy and playbook is recommended. This would remove the necessity for board approval prior to the provision of evidence to the police where the Post Office suspects that they have been a victim of crime, and allow more efficient sharing of evidence with the police. Can you assist us with the purpose and the background to this?
Yeah, so it's twofold. The first request was in a compliant way, policy compliant way, that the board approved the passing of evidence to Police Scotland on a case that they were investigating. So that was the first one. And then it was to elicit views from the board as to what their views would be about a change of process in terms of authorising future passing of evidence to law enforcement.
And can you assist us with how this developed at board level, whether it was approved or not approved?
So they approved the passing of that in compliance with the policy of that particular piece of evidence to the police. And then there was a discussion in the board that did not approve but wanted further discussion about the change in authorisation levels.
And do you understand why it was not approved?
It was very difficult to tell during the course of that board meeting. It wasn't the best run board meeting. People were talking over each other. It was a struggle to understand the different views that were being said at the time. But I think the underlying objection for those boards, so some of the boards supported the change. Others didn't. Others, I think, were unsure. And so they agreed to it. But I think the no, we shouldn't change group, I think they felt that what would be passed would be would be data that could be considered to be unreliable, that they still viewed or felt that it could be viewed that the data was flawed.
We'll get to... sorry.
To that meeting is what, sorry?
The 31st of October, 2023.
2023. And sorry if you agreed to ask this question, Mr. Blake, but this actual issue is still under debate in October 2024, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Right.
You said not very well run. Can you assist us with that? Who was running it at that stage?
Henry Staunton was the chairman.
And what did you identify as the issue with regards to how it was run?
There was no structure or control over the conversation.
Were there particular tensions between particular groups?
Yes, so I think the group that felt that it was appropriate for a change were disagreeing with the group that felt that there shouldn't be a change, and they weren't really listening to each other.
If we go over the page, please. We see there, it says the current group investigation policy was written during the long hiatus from 2015 to 2023, where the Post Office did not conduct investigations nor proactively pass evidence to the police. The policy identifies at 1.3 core principles, including proactively reporting matters to law enforcement and the manner of the provision of information and for what purpose it may be shared. Policy minimum control standards requires that the group legal director makes the decision to report a potential crime against the Post Office to law enforcement. Tool 2 of the legal playbook is a flowchart which lays out how data intended to be shared is categorized by risk and how it may be provided to law enforcement. Where the evidence is not Legacy Horizon or HNGX, and where there is no reason to believe the data to be provided is unreliable or inaccurate, corroborative evidence should be sought. Where none can be discovered in the Post Office's control, the evidence is to be considered medium risk. Can you assist us with that paragraph in particular and how it is that corroborative evidence can be sought?
So that part of the policy is basically saying if it's the current version of Horizon, it can be passed, but it would be considered medium risk if there wasn't anything else to corroborate that evidence.
And does that reflect in some way a concern that there may be unreliable data within even the new system?
I didn't write that and I wasn't party to it, but my reading and my understanding from those that were around at the time is that it's a sensitivity issue, not necessarily a distrust of the data. It's we're seeking to rely on Horizon data that didn't go well before.
1.4 says point 3 of tool 2 describes how the provision of medium risk data to law enforcement must be managed. It must not be provided unless the Post Office is legally compelled to provide it or the board approves its voluntary disclosure. And it's that point that you are seeking to change.
Correct.
Thank you. And in line with the Chair's question, what is the current status of those discussions? Your evidence has been that that change hasn't been made. Why do you think it hasn't been made and who do you think is responsible?
So I think that the decision hasn't been made because of the obvious sensitivities connected to saying, actually, we think the version of Horizon that we run at the moment is fit for the business to use. I find that slightly odd because if there were concerns, why are we using it?
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our lunch.
Yes, by all means, yeah.
Can we come back at 2 o'clock, please?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bartlett, I'm going to pick up where we left off, and that is the issue of reliance on Horizon data. I want to go back in time slightly, and if we could begin with Bayes 0000789. These are notes from a meeting that you weren't present at, but I think it does set a scene. These are this is the Post Office quarterly shareholder meeting on the 10th of January 2023. If we scroll down, we can see who was present. And please, can we turn to page 4? There's discussion there of what to do in respect of losses. And I'd like to take you to the third bullet point. It says, AC, I think that's Mr. Cameron, mentioned they are seeing a rapid increase in losses, including shortfalls of cash and branches. The Post Office need to conduct a proper investigation and demonstrate whether the postmasters are accountable. However, it's difficult to conduct a proper investigation based on the Horizon data, and also the Post Office are not in a position to ask for the relevant money back in the current climate. It was noted as not a good time to prosecute postmasters due to the current historical cases, but this is seeing a rapid rise in losses for the Post Office. MR's team are working on putting a new system in place. Was that a feeling that you shared as at January 2023?
No, I was not aware of that.
No. How about at the present time? Are there, for example, a rapid rise in losses for the Post?
I don't know.
If we look down, it says AC raised that there are other solutions rather than going to the police. If postmasters are responsible and don't pay the money back, there is an option to take it off their remuneration. Any solutions as to how any shortfalls that postmasters are accountable for can be recouped from postmasters, aside from remuneration, were noted as preferable. Post Office, in cases where there is fraud, these can be tested in a civil jurisdiction. A paper on this was noted as being worked on currently and would be raised to the government in due course. Are you aware of that paper having been developed at all?
I think that might have been the paper or the work that I referred to earlier today. But I'm not sure about the timing, but I think it might be.
And has that work been completed?
Yes, and I think that's led to there's no decision at the moment. And I think, as Mel Park said yesterday, it's still being considered.
Thank you. If we scroll down, it says there, Post Office noted that where full investigations are done, quite often the Post Office does get the repayment. The issue is that the investigation has to be good enough and that it is independent. However, the problem is that data is not sufficient to do an investigation in many cases. Mr. Reid noted that ultimately those who steal from the Post Office will be prosecuted. The concerns about the data not being sufficient for an investigation, as at January 2023, are you aware that that was a concern within the organisation?
So I think at about that time there were concerns not over Horizon data but over stamp stock dispatch data. And I know Al Cameron was close to those issues, but this does seem to say it relates to cash shortfalls. And no, I wasn't aware of that.
If we turn, please, to poll 004236698. Around this time, 24th of January, we have an email from Mr. Cameron to Nick Reid. It's not an email that you were copied into at the time, but he says, my view on losses, which I think you would know, but from a cultural point of view, we cannot start trying to take money off postmasters until we have demonstrated HIJ, I think that's Horizon Issues Judgment / data. And then he sets out various things that need to take place. But as you said, your understanding at this time, you didn't have understanding of these issues at this time.
No.
Can we please turn to poll 00448-362? This is a loss recovery update. We have metadata that suggests it's from February 2024. It does refer to your team in its current form. Are you able to assist us with when this might have been produced?
No, I think the first time I saw this was when it was raised with other witnesses in the last week or two.
If we turn to page 3, there's the background section there, and this you may have seen raised with other witnesses. Following the recommendations made in the group litigation order and common issues judgment, the Post Office ceased action to recover established losses from postmasters. This activity has been on hold since this time, except where the postmaster both agrees to repay the established losses and proceeds to repay. To support implementation of associated common issues recommendations, a new team and target operating model was set up. The process to review a discrepancy and identify the cause is formally documented and regularly assured by the Assurance and Complex Investigation team. So that's your team.
Yes.
And that's an accurate statement.
Yes, it is.
This includes looking at Horizon transaction data to ensure Horizon acted as expected and is therefore unlikely to be the cause of a discrepancy. Just pausing there, I think we addressed this previously, but they're looking at Horizon transaction data. Can you assist us with what that involves?
So the safeguard side of this are the actions taken within the retail teams, which is what bugs, errors, defects had been reported that could be relevant to that branch at the relevant time and the relevant transaction type. They look at training issues, they look at calls into what is effectively Tier 1, the call centre, and then they look all the way through. So I think that's what that means.
There are a number of possible outcomes. Write-off as below de minimis value, write-off as the cause has not been established, correct with a transaction correction if the cause was due to a processing error, establish that a loss has arisen on the balance of probabilities due to negligence, carelessness or error of the postmaster and or their assistants. In the last case above, the postmaster is asked to contact the postmaster account support team to arrange repayment. If the postmaster disagrees with the findings, they're able to refer them to an internal dispute process. Current repayment for discrepancies is only sought from a postmaster voluntarily. And then it's 7 really that I'd like to look at. Whilst the current discrepancy review process does involve checks in Horizon, the target operating model and ultimately any recovery activity is predicated on Horizon data being robust and for the Post Office to be able to rely on this data. The Post Office is currently awaiting confirmation from both Fujitsu and the Post Office IT that this is the case. Now, if that metadata is right, if this was February 2024, are you aware since then of confirmation being provided by Fujitsu and the Post Office IT team that that is the case?
So the letters that have been brought up at the inquiry over the last few weeks from Fujitsu, between Fujitsu and Pol,
yes.
I think the final sort of letters on there show that although Fujitsu do not want Pol to use Horizon data for this sort of activity, they did not say it was unreliable. In fact, they said that the data could be used for appeals, and it could be used for the calculation of compensation for postmasters. So I think that has been taken as a confirmation that the data is correct, because Fujitsu would not, I am sure, want that data to be used in a Court of Appeal case if it's not accurate.
So your reading of all the correspondence, and we'll get to some of it, between Post Office and Fujitsu is in effect confirmation from Fujitsu that the Horizon data is reliable.
Yes, and also, if I may say, is that there must be a duty on Fujitsu to declare if they think it is unreliable. and they haven't as far as I'm aware.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00243203? And this is, I think, the beginning of a dispute between yourselves and Fujitsu. It may have a longer history than that, but I'm just going to take you to this particular document, which relates to supporting a City of London police investigation. That's the 19th of April, and it's an email from yourself to Daniel Walton. Who's Daniel Walton?
I believe he's the relationship manager at Fujitsu.
Thank you. We've seen this email before, but I will read from it because it's quite an important document in the context of this dispute. One of my team has gone back to City of London Police to see how the contact you reference below was progressing, as we have an open and objective engagement.
The individual transactions and whether at that time, date and that branch, with those particular transactions, that evidence was that those transactions were not necessarily reliable. That would mean something would need to be done in terms of looking into whether it's a systemic issue or just relating to that branch. But by failing to provide any witness statement, which was what the impression we were being given at that stage, means that doubt should be brought into the reliability of the whole system. And so the outcome would be that we would be recommending that urgently the post office looks at whether we should continue to be using Horizon and to calculate payments to postmasters, to whether our annual report and accounts should be signed off. It's a significant issue.
The obvious outcome resulting though, I mean, one reading of that sentence is what you're saying there is that without it, the police are obviously going to drop the case.
That is one outcome, yes.
I mean, that's the obvious outcome, isn't it?
It is one of the obvious outcomes, yes.
Did you mean for that to imply several obvious outcomes?
Yes.
Did this come as a surprise to you?
Yes, it did.
I mean, we saw that discussion from a year earlier, concerns within the business. Why do you think it is that those concerns hadn't reached you and your department?
I'm not sure.
Could we please turn to FUJ 002439192?
Sorry, Mr. Bates, just before we go on to this,
Absolutely.
Can I help a bit further? I think we will probably have material from that period in time that was contemporaneously made that will show that we were thinking about the wider impacts of this. It may not be reflected with clarity in my email that you've just shown, but I believe we have material that might be able to demonstrate we were thinking about the wider impact.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Do you mean the focus on the final few words?
The outcomes, yes.
So I think your evidence is that you could have articulated it better, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at this letter, this is a letter from yourself to the Lancashire Constabulary. Could we perhaps bring up onto screen your second witness statement, which is WITN 111902000. And as the chair's highlighted, there is a annex to your witness statement that includes a list of different cases. It's at the back of your statement, and I'll just take you, please, to page 105. So this is where it begins. And could we please turn to 118? There's a reference there to Lancashire Police, a case of 14th of September 2022, money laundering and theft. Is that the same case as we see this letter
Yes.
relating to? Thank you. So I'll just read for background that section that says the branch, which was run by an officer in charge, not the postmaster, was initially flagged by the cash centre due to an increase in cash remittance return amounts to the cash centre. It was also highlighted by the MoneyGram compliance team that they wanted to complete a compliance call with the branch to a large number of high-value transactions being completed to the same destination. At this point, the financial crime team was involved and highlighted circa, is that 3.3 million
Yes.
pounds worth of MoneyGram mobile send transactions processed at the branch. The financial crime team contacted the branch on requesting more information regarding these transactions. On the same day, the financial crime team was contacted by the area manager, who advised that the postmaster was in touch with them and advised of a possible shortfall of £400,000, which was related to the MoneyGram transactions. The CIU was advised of the situation and tasked with completing an investigation into this matter. Police have interviewed the officer, the OIC, that's the person in charge of the post office.
Yes, sorry, yes.
And restrained circa £500,000. Inquiries indicated by Horizon was a shortage of £398,000, which, if proved, would be a loss to the post office. So it's a case involving nearly £400,000 of potential loss to the Post Office.
Correct.
Police worked on a basis that the OIC creamed off this amount from the cash transferred through MoneyGram. Customers considered money laundering suspect and OIC suspected for potential conspiracy regarding money laundering and theft of circa £398,000 from the Post Office. Could we, if we return please to page 118, we see on the second from right column, police requested statement regarding robustness of Horizon, Post Office producing a statement and also referred police to Fujitsu. Has the Post Office produced a statement relating to the robustness of Horizon?
That is in train, and it is to be delivered by the end of next month to Lancashire Police.
If we go back to the letter, please, it's FUJ 002439192. It looks as though, as at the 25th of April of this year, the police had taken no further action in respect of this case. Is that correct?
No, they'd submitted an advice file to the Crown Prosecution Service, and the Crown Prosecution Service came back to them in relation to the money laundering and the theft case matters, that they wanted some, effectively a corroborative witness statement from Horizon to support other evidence that the police had.
And when you say from Horizon, from who? From the Post Office or from Fujitsu?
CPS, I don't think specified, but I'm not sure. But in effect, the best evidence is held by Fujitsu as opposed to Post Office, which is why we referred Lancashire Police to Fujitsu.
I'm just going to read to you from this letter. If we scroll down slightly, it says, Post Office legal have reviewed... I'm just pausing there. Did you draft this letter?
I stitched it together. The majority of the stuff, of the text in there in relation to Justice Fraser's comments are from the criminal lawyer within house.
That's Mr. Lill.
Lill, yeah.
Post Office legal have reviewed the reasoning for not progressing to a charging decision. It is not for the Post Office to influence the independence of the investigation or the assessment of evidence in any case. However, the reasoning around the credibility of the Horizon system seems to be a significant factor, if not the central factor, in the reason for not progressing this investigation further, and that reasoning appears to be based on a misinterpretation of the findings of courts. The Post Office have been asked to address 3 questions in respect of the decision to no further action in this matter. So had a decision to no further action the matter taken place by this stage, or was that something that was just in contemplation?
I'm not sure at this stage.
Post Office hopes that the information provided below in respect of these questions is sufficient to assist with a review of that decision. The questions posed are: A, the new Horizon system is much more reliable than the old system. B, evidence that a court has ruled so. C, that the new system was installed and in place in that particular Post Office. If we scroll down, C is answered first, and you say we can confirm that that branch was operating the HNGA version of Horizon. And then you address questions A and B. And you say the Horizon issues judgment is the judgment of Mr. Justice Fraser, where, in short, he found there to be numerous bugs, errors and defects affecting the Horizon system that were capable of generating unexplained shortfalls in branch accounts. In the Horizon issues judgment, Fraser J. made clear that it was important to distinguish between the versions of the system in use from 2000 to 2018 and the HNGA system being used thereafter. And you set out various sections of the judgment. So there, the first section, Mr. Justice Fraser says, for example, it is agreed by the experts that the Horizon system in its HNGA form is now relatively robust. And over the page, another section on robustness where he says, that the experts are agreed that it is far more robust than Horizon in earlier times. A further section where Mr. Justice Fraser says there are only isolated instances of it happening in respect of HNGA, which the experts agree is a better system than either of the other two iterations of Horizon. And if we scroll down, please. Again, I found the system as it is in 2019 is far more robust than it was prior to 2017. So that's a comparison between 2017 and the 2019 versions. You say Lancashire Police may have noted that the proposed legislation by the government to exonerate all postmasters prosecuted by the Post Office acknowledges in the explanatory notes, and you quote from the government's explanatory notes, and it says there, the department is not aware of any cases prosecuted by CPS or Post Office Limited involving the HNGA system, and therefore has concluded that there is no reasonable case to extend the period, and this is in terms of exoneration, beyond the conclusion of the use of the previous versions of Horizon. Further down the page, you then address the Hamilton case, and you say, in Hamilton, the Court of Appeal Criminal Division defined a case as a Horizon case where the reliability of Horizon data was essential to the prosecution, in that there was no independent or corroborative evidence of an actual loss from the branch account as opposed to a shortfall where Horizon evidence formed part of the evidence of the shortfall or corroborated other evidence. Over the page, please. You say, it is important to note that the Horizon scandal relates specifically to the Post Office's prosecutions or of postmasters for shortfalls in their branch accounts where the only evidence to prove the loss was a reliance on data from the Horizon system. Is that accurate, do you think?
That was the information provided to me by the in-house lawyer.
And the next paragraph says the decision to NFA the investigation appears to be based on the public perception of the scandal and the versions of Horizon in use at the time of the scandal. It's not clear whether the CPS EIA have considered the written judgments of the Horizon scandal when assessing the undermining issues in the case outweigh the realistic prospect of conviction. It says, further, the Court of Appeal Criminal Division have reviewed many appeals of convictions and have made clear that the safety of those convictions, even though the evidence relied upon was taken from versions of Horizon that were being subject of the Horizon issues judgment, are not unsafe where there is other evidence of the offence being committed or where the Horizon data was used to corroborate other evidence. Over the page, please, and it's a passage on the next page that I'd like to focus on. If we scroll down, thank you, it's that passage there. If the defence were to challenge the reliability of Horizon data, which the Post Office accepts is highly likely, the prosecution would be entitled to rely upon the findings of Mr. Justice Fraser and the Court of Appeal Criminal Division as set out above. Is that accurate?
That information, that section was provided by the in-house lawyer.
And looking at it as somebody who, for example, has a graduate diploma in law, do you consider that passage, which was in a letter which you signed, do you consider that to be accurate?
So it would certainly be useful to a prosecutor to be able to draw on that judgment in discussions with defence, which I think is the point that the lawyer is trying to make. I don't think he's suggesting it's evidence. I think he's suggesting that it's useful in order that it's just not dismissed out of hand. That was the purpose of this letter.
But don't the police and the CPS have to reach a certain evidential threshold?
Yes, they do. This doesn't question that. It's just saying, please apply an evidential threshold. Don't dismiss it out of hand before.
Is a fair reading of that paragraph not that you can rely on those findings, those judgments, to satisfy the evidential criteria?
No, it's saying, please don't dismiss this out of hand, and you could use that judgment in conversation with any defence should it progress that far. I think that's what he meant by this.
Do you think that is both fair and accurate?
I think it's fair that this particular case is not dismissed before an evidential test can take place.
If we could please turn back to your statement and the annex, that's WITN 1190200. WITN 111900200. Thank you. Page 105 is where the table begins. We've already looked at page 118. If we could zoom out, please. Bottom of page 118 was where the Lancashire police case can be found. The wording there in the second from right column is police requested statement regarding robustness of Horizon, Post Office producing a statement and also referred police to Fujitsu. If we scroll down please to page 121, there is a City of London police case, again same form of words in that second from right column. Police requested statement regarding robustness of Horizon, Post Office producing a statement, and also referred police to Fujitsu. Page 125. There's a section there addressing Gloucestershire Police, and again, the same form of words in that column. Police requested, etc. If we scroll down, please. Page 126, West Yorkshire case, again, same form of words. Page 127, West Midlands case, again, same form of words. Putting the case, the Lancashire case to one side, has there been any case where the Post Office has produced such a statement for the police in respect of the robustness of Horizon?
No.
Is it the intention for the Post Office to produce a statement addressing the robustness of Horizon?
Yeah, so it will be, it's been produced, we have a draft, it's been produced by Simon Oldnell, but in conversations with Simon Oldnell, he was very conscious that he was preparing a very similar witness statement for the inquiry and wanted to do this first.
There is a draft version of that statement. Is that something that can be shared with the inquiry?
Absolutely.
Could we please turn to FUJ 002431999? Is it your view that that statement will get over the hurdle in respect of the police's ability to rely on Horizon data?
Not entirely, no. I think it will demonstrate the control environment which surrounds Horizon data within Post Office, which falls under Simon Oldnell's remit. That's sort of a broad statement saying what that environment is. The reason we're referring forces to Fujitsu is that that is the best golden source of evidence for them on the transaction by transaction basis, because no transfer of data has occurred. That is the golden copy. So for them to, so if we can describe what controls we have in place to ensure that we know if transactions are not accurate, and if Fujitsu can provide a transaction by transaction analysis, then we deal with those two demands that they have asked for. or not if the evidence doesn't support it.
Let's look at some of the Fujitsu correspondence. We've looked at it in great detail already in this inquiry, but I'll just look at some of that correspondence. Here we have the letter to Nick Reed from Mr. Patterson of the 17th of May of this year. He says, I'm writing to you directly in order to raise serious concerns that have come to my attention, which indicate that the Post Office continues to pursue enforcement action against postmasters and it expects Fujitsu to support such actions. To be clear, Fujitsu will not support the Post Office to act against postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken by the Post Office against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. In particular, criminal investigations. We've become aware of a recent investigation by the City of London Police, and I think that's the correspondence that we've been looking at. The approach of Fujitsu is to cooperate with the police and any other third party exercising independent investigative, prosecutorial, regulatory or judicial powers. However, we are concerned by the behaviour of the Post Office investigation team on this matter. That team maintains an approach of Post Office as victim and requires Fujitsu to provide a witness statement as to the reliability of Horizon data, stating that without such statement, the case will not progress. For the investigation team to act in this matter seems to disregard the serious criticism raised in multiple judicial findings and indeed exhibits a lack of respect to the ongoing inquiry. What's your view of what is said in this letter?
So it is not Post Office seeking to pursue a criminal prosecution. It's the police. It's not Post Office. We were not looking to pursue any civil outcome or anything like that. In relation to their concern over the use of the word victim, if criminal conduct causes harm to the Post Office, that would make us, in common use of the word and in the use within law enforcement, as status of victim or complainant. And that's what that, in this case, we could be.
I think we've seen later correspondence from Mr. Reed that suggests that that won't be used in correspondence between yourselves and Fujitsu.
Yeah, I think it might have been Owen Woodley, but yes, in summary, yes.
Were you party to this correspondence? Was it discussed with you at the time?
No.
When was the first time that you saw this correspondence?
I'm not sure.
Is it in your preparation for the inquiry?
No, I did see it before the inquiry.
We're now in October. This is during the summer, June, July. Can you assist us approximately with when you first saw this correspondence?
I think I probably saw the first letter after the response went out.
But you weren't consulted as part of the response? No. Would you have been expected to have been consulted as part of the response?
Yes, potentially.
I'm going to stick to the timeline, so I'll come away from that Fujitsu correspondence. We're still going in date order. Could we please turn to poll 00448345? And this is June of this year, 26th of June, a paper, a report for the senior executive group written by yourself. SEG approval is sought regarding the proposed change in process in governing the passing of information to law enforcement to assist them in criminal investigations and any subsequent prosecutions prior to this matter being discussed at board in July 2024. Executive summary. The current group investigations policy, the CLEP, and the old policies are considered too unwieldy and unnecessarily complex. So this is addressing the change that we saw at the beginning of today to the new policy. If we could scroll down, please. It says the old policies have been consolidated into a draft single investigation and cooperation with law enforcement policy. The new policy, amongst other investigative operational policy changes, proposes a streamlining of the governance of providing law enforcement with information. The Director of ANCI and the in-house criminal counsel would have to agree to provide the information, and depending on the age of the information, a caveat would also be provided. This is the change that I think we discussed before the break, and we saw the board's discussion.
Yes.
So this is where you wanted to streamline the process and effectively for it to be delegated down to yourself to make the decision.
In conjunction with a lawyer.
Yes. If we scroll over the page, we can see the discussion of the caveat that was to be applied. So it says there are currently 22 police forces requesting or awaiting horizon-based evidence across 33 police investigations. To provide this information, your team will need to draw on horizon data and often provide transaction analysis. The current approach is that the board will need to be approached in the majority of these matters as and when the data is able to be shared. A draft policy is attached. It says, in particular, the draft proposes a change in the governance of passing material to law enforcement, which we believe is risk balanced. And then it says, the below is extracted from the draft. There's a section there that says, it is policy that any information originating from Horizon after the 1st of January 2022 may be passed as either intelligence or evidence to law enforcement agencies only after yourself or your nominated deputy and an in-house criminal lawyer both give approval. A record of their rationale and decision must be recorded. Where information is requested by law enforcement agencies that is Horizon data originating from pre the 1st of January 2022, the same process must be followed. In addition, there's additional wording that should be applied, and we'll have a look at what that additional wording is. If we scroll down, it says best evidence originating from Horizon sits with Fujitsu, and so law enforcement agencies should be encouraged to request this material direct from Fujitsu. And if we scroll down, it then has the accompanying lines that would apply to the the new version of Horizon HMGA.
No, pre-2022.
And why do you draw that line?
So from that date onwards, there are factors that I think gives us more comfort in the absence of anyone raising substantial concerns with Horizon, the HNGA, which is the work that Simon Oldnall described in terms of external bodies reviewing bugs, errors, removing them, and that sort of thing. There's also the process that the retail team goes through that I've described earlier in terms of checking the reliability at that branch for those transactions at the relevant time. And then also almost from that time, my team was in place, and we can bring that objectivity, but also that assurance to what happens in the retail team. So based on those three control factors, we think that we should, absent something saying that the whole system is unreliable, that we should be able to handle that evidence without board having to give us permission.
And the caveat that is attached to the earlier material being provided would be as follows. From the 31st of December 2019, all post offices have worked on a version of Horizon that the High Court case of Bates and others has been considered by the High Court to be relatively robust. In 2020, Horizon was tested for the known errors and bugs identified in the Horizon issues judgment and found not to be prevalent. During 2021, a process was developed to work collegiately with postmasters to understand the causes, any shortfalls. Any Horizon data that predates January 2022 cannot be shown to have benefited from all three of those checks and balances.
Yes.
Are these caveats and these form of words to be included in a letter, in a statement, or something else?
I think we'd probably put it in an email in the first instance, or a letter. In reality, we are unlikely to pass any material that predates 2022 to the police as evidence anyway.
Paragraph 7 says there are significant differences between the environment that existed at the time the old policies were formed and the current and future environment. The current approach to dispute resolution and the underlying technology could be seen as supporting a more business-as-usual approach to passing information to law enforcement. However, the most significant difference between 2019, when the old policies were first drafted, and now is that AC&I exists and brings significant criminal investigation experience to bear, but more importantly, also considerably more objective rigour to assessing evidence. Project Panther within ANCI is solely focused on testing the reliability of data that the Post Office investigators and law enforcement will rely upon. Can you briefly tell us what Project Panther is?
This is our catch-all project name for us testing the rigour or reliability of evidence that we rely upon in our investigations or would provide to law enforcement. And the genesis of that was that we came to realise that extraction tools were being used to data mine from Horace, I believe, but anyway, data that was used in the retail space, and we wanted to ensure that those mining tools were not going to change data in the course of their extraction. So we worked with Simon Oldnall's team to test the validity of those tools, and where we came to in particular was that the retail team used those as identifiers of something to them to look at, tripwires in effect, but any conversation with postmasters or any data that they rely upon in resolving an issue with postmasters comes from an original source, not through those tools.
Could we please turn to the discussion of this issue at the group executive? That's poll 00448310. It's a meeting of the 26th of June. Could we please turn to page 7? It's about 3/4 of the way down page 7. Disclosure to support police investigations, Sarah Gray / John Bartlett. Did you attend this meeting?
Yes.
Tabled and noted was the paper on disclosure to support police investigations / passing of material to law enforcement. The SEG declined to approve the submission of the paper on disclosure support for police investigations to the board, noting further work and assurance was required in relation to Horizon data assurance. Can you assist us with that, please?
Yes, I think succinctly, they're awaiting Simon Oldnall's witness statement.
Is there a difference between you and the executive as to quite how reliable the Horizon data currently is?
No, I don't think so. And the reason I say that is if they genuinely thought that the material produced, that the Horizon data was flawed to the extent that we shouldn't share it with law enforcement, they should do something about it.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00243204? We're continuing chronologically, but we're now back to the Fujitsu correspondence. Okay. We're looking at correspondence of the 8th of July from Fujitsu. You'll have seen this, we've read it a number of times, that the 4th paragraph is effectively a criticism of the letter, the email that you sent. It then says, as the Post Office is well aware, there have been and there continue to be bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. Further, Fujitsu currently has and previously had access to branch transaction records. Your letter also acknowledges the existence of other matters beyond the Horizon system which could have operated to create innocent discrepancies in branch accounts, including miskeys or omissions, etc. In addition to Fujitsu, the Horizon system is reliant on the delivery of services by Post Office and third parties retained by Post Office. What's your view of what is said here?
They're saying that sometimes there are bugs, errors and defects in the system.
Yes. I mean, you're obtaining the statement from Mr. Oldmore. Looking at this, do you think that what you're asking of Fujitsu is achievable?
Achievable in the sense that could they produce a witness statement? Yes, because what that witness statement would need to cover is a little bit like ours in terms of what the control environment is to protect and assure that data, but specifically what the police need is at that branch, at the relevant period, the relevant transactions, was there anything that would make that data unreliable? That's the witness statement that the police need.
But the kinds of concerns that are being raised here, continued bugs, errors and defects, access to branch transaction records, external service providers, won't all of those issues also have to be raised in a witness statement?
Yes.
And in light of that, is it likely, possible that there will be a successful conviction based on that, in your view?
It would depend on what the reliability of the data is on that particular matter. Because obviously if it comes back as, oh, there was a bug error or defect or a power outage or something like that that affected the reliability of the specific transactions that the police are interested in, then no, that shouldn't go forward.
And who's going to be able to work that out? Who's going to do the investigation as to whether there was a bug error or defect that did in fact impact on a particular branch on a particular day?
The police are asking Fujitsu to provide that information. On this particular case as well, I'm aware that once City of London Police have or had received this information to the transaction level basis, but also the control environment, they were discussing with us having an NCA approved expert witness then look at the system, but they wanted to look at the transactional data first. And the same with Lancashire Police.
So is there a plan to have an external NCA witness, expert witness, who can provide evidence on the reliability of Horizon data?
That was City of London's police intent that they told us.
And you say was. When was that communicated and how likely is that to happen?
It was prior to these letters. I haven't spoken to City of London since, so I don't know what their current intent is.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00243303? This is a letter from Fujitsu to the City of London Police on the 23rd of August of this year. This letter is in your witness pack. Is it a letter that before this inquiry you were aware of at all?
I don't think I saw this till last night.
Is it something that has been discussed with you by Fujitsu at all?
No. Which isn't surprising because I think this letter they say please don't share with any other party.
Thank you. It's to the investigator, fraud operations, economic crime directorate. Is that an individual who you've been dealing with?
I think I've spoken with her once.
If we scroll down, Fujitsu say as follows. As I understand it, the investigation is using data from the Horizon system. During our discussions, the City of London Police asked whether Fujitsu could provide a statement regarding the reliability of the current version of Horizon. As I hope was made clear in our discussions, a witness statement from Fujitsu attesting to the reliability or robustness of the Horizon system and of data from it would amount to expert opinion evidence. Fujitsu is unable to provide expert opinion evidence in any legal proceedings in relation to the Horizon system and the reliability of its operation, as it is neither independent nor does it have sufficient information to provide such an opinion at this time. Such a request has to be considered in light of the inquiry. Scrolling down, there's a section there on existence of bugs, errors and defects and remote access powers. And Fujitsu say, as discussed, the Horizon system has had and continues to have bugs, errors and defects, some of which may not have been detected at this time. So there's the possibility of unknown errors. Accordingly, careful investigation is required to ascertain whether bugs, errors or defects could have operated to cause the accounting discrepancies or transactions under investigation. Further, Fujitsu notes that evidence in the inquiry has identified a number of additional post office and third-party systems and business processes beyond the Fujitsu software, which also could or did introduce shortfalls in branch accounts. That's similar to the letter that we just looked at, isn't it?
Yes.
Over the page, please. It says, in general terms, remote access is the ability to access the Horizon system from a location other than a counter at the branch. And it sets out their remote access powers. Remote access powers enabling Fujitsu to assess and to amend data affecting branch accounts have existed and continue to exist within the Horizon system. The use of such powers would need to be examined to ascertain if they could potentially have caused or affected the accounting discrepancies or transactions under investigation. B, systems and processes to be investigated. It should be noted that the delivery of the current Horizon system is reliant on the provision of services by Post Office as well as third parties. And then it sets out there further complications in respect of third parties. C, Fujitsu's provision of records for police investigations. It says, based on the evidence which has been seen and heard in the inquiry to date, Fujitsu considers that all of the matters mentioned above would need to be carefully investigated on a case-by-case basis with the assistance of an independent IT expert and possibly also a forensic accounting expert to determine as best they can the cause of branch account discrepancies or transactions under investigation. Fujitsu considers that only after such investigation has been undertaken could a meaningful statement be made by an appropriate independent IT expert regarding the reliability of the Horizon system and the data it has produced at the relevant branch in the relevant time frame. Fujitsu is of course prepared to cooperate with the police and the criminal courts in the ways that it can. We have discussed that Fujitsu retains various Horizon system records which may facilitate your ongoing investigations. I said that I would work with the team within Fujitsu currently supporting the Horizon system in order to produce a list of those records. This exercise has proven more complex than I anticipated, etc. And the letter does actually enclose as an appendix a large amount of information, and we'll scroll through that shortly, that is being provided to the police in respect of their overall systems and repositories, etc. If we scroll down, please, to F, the letter says, production order to the extent that the records described in this letter and its appendices may assist the City of London Police's investigation, Fujitsu suggests that the City of London Police provides a production order to ensure that the City of London Police receives the data required within an achievable time frame. Fujitsu would appreciate the opportunity to review and comment on it. But they also say that in the meantime, in the interest of transparency and to assist the City of London Police's understanding of the content of this letter and its appendices, Fujitsu is prepared to provide the documents footnoted in that letter on a voluntary basis and in an unredacted form. And perhaps we could just quickly scroll through the appendix. That can be found at FUJ 00243304. FUJ 00243304. Thank you. And we can quickly scroll through various potentially relevant records generated by the Horizon system are being identified for the police. What is your view of this letter and its contents?
The issue around expert witness was raised in one of their previous letters that I had seen before. I don't agree. Post Office doesn't agree that it's an expert witness, that they're actually a witness of fact, because what they would be being asked to provide is evidence of particular transactions at particular times, and that's it, together with a description of their control framework, is what I understand that the police would like. So the legal advice we've been provided, which I agree with, is that that is not an expert witness statement. In terms of the material that they've pointed out, great. That might assist City of London Police. Fully understand why they would like a production order. Again, don't have an issue with that.
As a former police officer, what would you have made of this in respect of an ordinary theft case? So let's talk of, let's say, £100,000 discrepancy has been identified, and you're presented with the keys to the warehouse, effectively, but no statement. What would you have made of that?
Well, the production order provides you the material. So you can look through the material and then engage with the witness, because that's what they are, and agree what would go in a witness statement to produce the evidence that the production order prompted. So that would be the next stage.
And do you feel that the police will be sufficiently resourced, sufficiently interested to actually pursue those kind of, what I would call it, what might maybe called it just an ordinary criminal case?
This particular case?
Any case that the Post Office considers sufficiently serious to pass to the police?
So City London Police consider themselves to be a strategic police force when it comes to fraud in particular. They are also the lead force for fraud in England and Wales. And when I spoke to who was their assistant commissioner, he's now, I believe, the interim chief commissioner, sorry. He saw the strategic nature of us being able to pass cases to them. So although I think this is about 300-something thousand pounds, actually, I think that value is significant, but I think they would realise that this is potentially a test case.
But going forward, in terms of relatively routine police prosecutions of cases where there are discrepancies, and in the Post Office view, that has been dishonestly obtained, do you think, realistically, looking at, for example, the letter that points to various bugs, errors and defects, it also points out that there are third-party suppliers to Horizon, it points out issues of remote access. Do you think, realistically, that's going to lead to successful prosecutions?
So I think one of the outcomes of the scandal is that for all cases, irrespective of whether they're Post Office derived, linked or otherwise, I think law enforcement are going to have to do those verification exercises, assurance exercises on digital data, because I think the scandal has shown that the assumption made that systems could be relied upon has changed. I remember when I first joined the police, there was no natural assumption that a computer system was functioning and workable, and we had to do what were called system statements. And I think an outcome of the scandal is that that's where law enforcement will end up going back to. So I don't think it will be particular to us.
Looking at further issues relating to the Horizon system, if we could just bring up onto screen our expert report, EXPG 607. We've seen there, it's page 19 of that report, by way of example, identifies current issues experienced by postmasters. Are these results something that was surprising to you or not?
I didn't really have a frame of reference to compare them to, if I'm honest.
But if, for example, we say that 70% have experienced screen freezes, 68% loss of connection, 57% have experienced unexplained discrepancies in the last 12 months, Does that cause you any concern at all?
Of respondents,
Yes.
not 70% of postmasters. Okay.
So, sorry, was that an answer or was that a question?
No, sorry, that was probably, should have kept that in my head. I don't know because I don't have a frame of reference.
What do you mean by that?
Well, because I don't know the frequency, because this activity, the visibility of these events would, if they are reported to post office, be within the retail team, and I wouldn't see that.
But isn't that something you should be on top of if you're investigating?
So on a case-by-case basis, they would be looked at.
I don't understand what case-by-case basis means. If we scroll down...
So, well, I can...
I will. Let's just have a look at what it says here, and then perhaps you can explain in that context. It says, among those who have experienced an issue in the last 12 months, about 2 in 3 say that they have experienced these issues on a monthly basis. So we have there 65% experiencing issues on a monthly basis. If we scroll down, it says this equates to about 3 in 5, 59% of all sub-postmasters surveyed. Should you, in your position, not have a view on the everyday experience of postmasters, irrespective of the specific case?
Yes.
And does that cause you any concern in respect of matters going forward and the prosecution of sub-postmasters?
So I think that this underlines the requirement to take each case that we take into my team, that we do absolutely nail down that we're satisfied or not, that whether or not the accuracy of the data is an issue that should rule out or rule in that investigation.
And how are you going to determine the accuracy of the data?
So that's the process that we've previously described.
And will that involve close liaison with Fujitsu?
Yes, if we're reporting a case to law enforcement, if they're willing to talk to us, or it will be close liaison with the police to help them understand the environment.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00243299? I'm going to take you back to a document from December 2023. These are issues that were raised with the Post Office about the extension of the Horizon system. If we scroll down, we can see that Fujitsu raise a few issues. They say there are various challenges to the feasibility of the continued delivery of the Horizon system and associated services. Number one, it says, due to the age and consequent end of service life status of the underpinning Horizon infrastructure, there is an increasing risk of failure of the infrastructure that could result in adverse impact in the delivery of services to the public. Two, the technical complexity and risk associated with updating infrastructure at varying states of obsolescence and compatibility. And two, delivering new system requirements, including because of lessons learned and commitments to end users. These activities are increasingly risky and technically challenging. Over the page, please. In consequence, we strongly recommend that Post Office should continue to prioritise its objective of replacing Horizon and its associated services as early as it can. Fujitsu will continue to support and facilitate orderly transition to an alternative solution. Have you given thought to the impact of the ageing system on the reliability of the data and in respect of the evidence that you're going to have to give to the criminal courts?
So we look at the individual branch, the individual transactions, and we have to assure ourselves that there's nothing there that suggests that that data can't be relied upon. Whether it's a brand new computer system or not, that same test needs to be applied.
Stepping back, though, and looking at all that correspondence that we've just been looking at, you're going to have Horizon for a number of years still to come, possibly 2030, possibly onwards. Is your view onwards? You look like...
Well, I think our chairman is committed to 2028, but maybe 2030. I think my eyebrows went up when you said perhaps beyond 2030.
a number of years, you will still have the Horizon system. We have those concerns that are raised by Fujitsu about the reliability of the current system. We have further concerns raised about the aging system. We have the inquiry's own survey of current sub-postmasters. Do you think it's realistic to expect any successful prosecutions based on Horizon data during that period?
It would depend on the evidence related to each of those cases.
But what is your view?
And do remember that I'm absolutely convinced that no police force will take forward to a prosecutor a case that solely relies on Horizon data, that there must be corroborative evidence, because no one rightly should seek to rely entirely on Horizon.
I think your evidence earlier in terms of the statistics, though, was that none of those cases had yet proceeded to a prosecution.
Correct.
Looking forward, do you think there will be imminently in the next year, next 2 years?
Well, I think if Lancashire in particular, because that's the one I'm probably a bit closer to, I think if they can satisfy themselves that the transactions that relate to their investigation are reliable, then I think that stands a good chance of going forward back to the CPS, and that they may make a decision to proceed. Obviously, if the validation process that Lancashire carry out does not confirm that that data can be relied upon, then that's a different matter.
I'd like to move on to a different topic. I'll just address one short topic before we take our mid-afternoon break, and that is the investigation into Mr. Jacobs, the sub-postmaster non-executive director. And I'll look at a number of different complaints about your team. Could we start by looking at WITN 111-80101? It's page 5, please. At the bottom of page 5, we have an email from Mr. Morley, the Senior Investigations Manager within your team, to Mr. Jacobs. He says, I'm employed by Post Office as Senior Investigations Manager, and I have reason to conduct an investigation into alleged discrepancies at post offices within the Universal Office Equipment Group. I would now like to arrange to interview you in connection with the alleged discrepancies, and to this end, please can you provide your availability? Reference there to an interview. Mr. Jacobs is a sub-postmaster. The investigation is into the Universal Office Equipment Group. Is that, or is that not, a proposal to interview a sub-postmaster?
No, it's to interview a NED, who happens to be a postmaster.
Is that such an easy distinction to make?
But the purpose of that investigation revolves centrally around Elliot's status as a NED. That's the purpose of the investigation.
But the suggestion in that email is that it's an investigation into alleged discrepancies at post offices within his post office.
Yes, because the existence or not of any discrepancies is central to the other elements, the principal elements of that investigation.
Was Mr. Jacobs suspected of having committed a crime?
No.
Did you have any view as to whether the, for example, build-up of discrepancies was dishonest or not?
No.
Could we scroll up, please? Mr. Jacobs says, as I explained to, that's Mr. Foat, I'll be happy to assist your inquiry. If we scroll up, we have Mr. Morley. He says, the interview will be conducted by myself and Mr. Bartlett, who is the head of the Post Office Investigation Branch. Please find attached a letter from John explaining in some detail the format of the interview and the areas you wish to cover. Could we please look at that letter? That's WITN 111-80102. So is it your evidence that this kind of investigation would never now take place in respect of an ordinary sub-postmaster?
If they weren't a NED, then it wouldn't be with us.
When you say with us, do you mean
Well, a shortfall discussion or shortfall remedy or investigation, however you want to characterise it, they take place all the time in the retail team. So that's why I didn't want to say it would never happen.
So, and I think we're again getting back to the discussion or the interview point. If a sub-postmaster, like the evidence that is presented in this letter, a £200,000 approximate shortfall, and the suggestion is that there was a lack of or stop in engagement with the relevant team, would the retail team interview that person or not interview that person?
I don't know. I think the past team, the postmaster support team, would be the ones that would interact with the postmaster.
How can you not answer whether they would interview them or not when you are providing the assurance for that very team?
So I accept your point from earlier today that we need to look at that.
This is your letter. It says, "My name is John Bartlett. I'm head of the Central Investigation Unit." You say, "Andrew has been investigating shortfalls at post office branches within the Universal Office Equipment Group and has invited you to a voluntary investigative meeting." What is a voluntary investigative meeting?
It's effectively an interview.
Again, are there issues within the department as to how to describe an interview?
No, there's issues within post office as to how much clarity we can use in our language. Victim was another one. Is another example of that, of fearfulness of using clear language that people would understand because it might attract an adverse comment.
The shortfall that is alleged, as I said, approximately £200,000 originally alleged. The allegation was that he had stopped engaging. And you say below that, "We would like to discuss with you this mounting shortfall, understand what you think caused them, and identify any reasons for not continuing to engage with the past team." Is it really your view that there was no suspicion of criminal activity at that stage?
None had been raised with us.
And let's say you had that discussion. You're having what's described as an investigative meeting. Halfway through, you form a view as to whether he is honest or dishonest. What do you do?
Well, if we feel he's honest, we carry on. If we feel that that we have formed a suspicion that an offence may have happened, we would stop.
And have you done that in cases?
We haven't needed to.
Is there guidance about when to stop, how to
Yes.
stop, what to say? Yes. If we scroll down, when you say yes, is that post office
It
guidance?
should be in the manual.
Conflicts of interest. If we scroll down, there are other allegations about conflicts of interest and directors' declarations. If we scroll down under conduct of meeting, we've seen there that it's not an under caution interview. And then there's discussion about audio recording, and we'll come to a discussion about that. If we go over the page, please, and scroll to the bottom, it says there, "Any decisions made based on this report or any resulting non-investigative actions falls outside the remit of the investigation team." Can you assist us with what's meant there?
Yes, that means our job as investigators is to collect information and evidence, and we pass it to decision makers.
Thank you. Could we please turn back to that email chain? So that's WITN 111-80101. And if we could start at the top of page 3, so bottom of page 3. We've seen in this correspondence a discussion between Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Morley about the provision of information. He says, to begin, can you supply the 44-page PDF statement in Excel format, broken down by branch, because it was quite difficult to understand. Scrolling down, please provide line detail, including the reason for each TC or BD, so that it can be properly reviewed. Additionally, the attached file can't be accessed. Please provide the relevant email address. If we scroll up, there is the response from Mr. Morley. He says, can I respectfully suggest that you address the rest of your requests below to the postmaster support team as per their letters, emails sent to you at the time of the occurrence by past in which they offered to work with you to understand the discrepancy. So he's provided the relevant email address, but in terms of the remaining request, it seems he has directed Mr. Jacobs to the past team. Do you think that that is appropriate?
So I think the reason that happened is that this was we chose to engage with Elliot and ask get him involved in the discussion, through an interview, engage with Elliot to understand his view of events early. So we had a sample of the 140-something emails that had been sent to Elliot by the past team. What was being suggested here was that they were all provided to Elliot, and the simplest, best format and routing would have been from them.
If you are investigating somebody and have a body of evidence and are making an allegation, would it not be more straightforward for you to be the team that provides that information?
I think technologically wise, it was more effective for it to come from the past team.
If we scroll up, please. The discussion continues between the two of them about the provision of information. And then, please, could we turn to WITN 111-80103, page 2. And this is where things reach by the 20th of March 2023. Mr. Jacobs says, I await your proper and fully disclosures and will then take the matter under advisement. In addition, you've provided a highlighted section of board minutes. Can you please specify the accusation being made for the avoidance of doubt and the evidence on which you are relying in this regard? If we scroll over, please. This is the response that we've already been through and you'll be familiar with, but I'll just read it out. Mr. Morley says, I do not intend to enter in pre-interview protected correspondence regarding advance disclosure, which I'm under no legal obligation to provide and is provided on this occasion out of courtesy in order that you can have a high-level understanding of the topics we wish to cover, which are set out in the letter from Mr. Bartlett. Further detail regarding the Post Office's concerns will be provided during the interview. Do you think that is appropriate?
Absolutely not.
I'm seeking in advance of the interview your agreement to the recording of the interview, and then he suggests in effect that if he doesn't agree to the recording of the interview, it would be wise to allow 6 hours for that interview. Do you think that is appropriate?
I think it's factual that it would be if we were asking, in order so that people don't have to make highly detailed written notes, it would be, if he was willing, then we could have an audio recording made.
Would it really take 6 hours to interview, or is that more of a threat?
No, I don't think it was a threat.
Do you think realistically that interview would have taken 6 hours if it had
Well, I think the interview as it stood was over 3 hours anyway.
So it would have doubled in length?
So it would have taken a lot more to make. I think that's perhaps over-egging it slightly, a cautious approximation.
And why is it your view that the first paragraph is not correct? Or not?
That is not the tone that I want our team to use. I've raised it with him, and he knows that that's not what we do.
He is your senior investigations manager. He's one of your more senior staff. We saw that diagram earlier on. What was his response?
He accepted that.
Are you aware that after the interview, the Post Office auditors attended Mr. Jacobs's premises?
I believe it was a week later, yes.
And what's your view of that? Of the approach that was taken?
I think for the resolution of the shortfall issue, a count of stock and cash needed to be done.
Do you think that you gave in your letter sufficient information to Mr. Jacobs as to whether he was in any way suspected of something criminal, or what kind of an interview it was?
Yes.
Could we turn, please, to WITN 111-80104? That correspondence we were just looking at is in March 2023. We now get to February 2024, so almost a year later, where we have a letter from yourself to Mr. Jacobs saying, as you're aware, Assurance and Complex investigation team conducted a fact-finding investigation with your assistance, and essentially the matter was closed. Do you think that that is a reasonable time in which to give Mr. Jacobs a final closure on his investigation?
No, I don't, but I can explain why I don't.
Please do.
So it isn't right that it took that long, but if you look at the date, and I'm afraid I can't recall it, that we submitted the two investigation reports, the final investigation report, and by the time Mel Park submitted her report, they then sat with the chairman and the CEO for a very, very long time. We had no explanation provided to us as to what they were doing with the investigation reports, despite us chasing, and we couldn't issue a closure letter until we knew what the outcome was.
Where do you say responsibility lies? Who with?
I would say the former chairman and Nick Reed.
That's Mr. Staunton.
Yes.
And Nick Reed. Do you have any targets, completion targets in
No.
your team? Do you think it might be appropriate to have some sort of target as to when people are notified of the closure of investigations?
So I think it's reasonable to have a completion of investigation target, but where the output of that investigation goes is out of our control, then that would be a false target that we wouldn't be able to keep to because we have no control over it.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our mid-afternoon break.
Yeah, certainly. But can I just ask one or two process questions about the Horizon reliability issue, which you've examined at significant and proper length, if I may say so. But I just want to understand one or two things while they're fresh in my mind. All right. Mr. Bartlett, the first thing is this. This is me just dotting the I's. I take it that the City of London police investigation, which is the subject of correspondence between Fujitsu and the Post Office, is the City of London case mentioned in your schedule.
Yes, sir.
So that case was referred to the police in October 2022, according to your schedule. Yeah?
If that's on the schedule, sir, yes.
I think I've got it right, yeah. The Lancashire one was the 14th of September 2022, and I believe the City of London Police came shortly afterwards. But in any event, that case has been ongoing in the sense of being alive now for approximately 2 years, if I'm right in my reading of your schedule. Yeah?
That appears to be the case, sir.
And it got to the point in 2024, earlier this year, where, if not expressly, the indication was that the City of London Police weren't going to take it any further without a lot more information. Is that a fair summary?
Without a lot more information and evidence, yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. So you have resolved, i.e. Post Office, and I'm choosing my words reasonably carefully, so I'll start again. Is it correct that Post Office Limited has resolved to provide a witness statement to the City of London Police about this case? Or is it a case that events have been put in hand for Mr. Allnall to make a statement, but a decision as to whether to submit it to the police has yet to be made.
So a draft witness statement from Mr Oldnall has been produced. It
Yeah.
needs to be finalised, which he wanted to do after giving evidence here.
Yeah.
And then the Strategic Executive Group, and no doubt Board would like to consider that witness statement because of its significance.
That's what I wanted to flesh out. Where you say, and I appreciate this is just a summary, where you say in your appendix that police have requested a statement regarding robustness of Horizon, Paul are producing a statement. What you actually mean, and I'm not saying this in a critical sense, is that certain employees of the post office have put in hand the making of a statement, but it is yet to be decided whether or not that will be submitted to the police.
That's correct, sir.
Fine. And can you give me some kind of timescale for that?
So Post Office is committed to provide, if authorised to, that witness statement to Lancashire Police by the end of next month.
So Lancashire first, and there is a time commitment with them.
Yes.
Right. But, right, the last question, and then we'll have our break. My impression from your evidence about seeking to establish the reliability of Horizon in each particular case is that although Post Office can go so far in providing evidence to establish reliability, it is also necessary that additional evidence is given either by Fujitsu and or by an independent expert. Is that your understanding?
I would say both are required, sir.
Both. So in order for there to be any prosecution in truth, because the 5 cases that we have outstanding saying that you are going to produce a statement according to the schedule, in order to bring an investigation to a sufficient point that it can be submitted to the prosecuting authorities, i.e. the CPS, if it's England and Wales, there would have to be witness statements and supporting exhibits from Post Office Limited, Fujitsu Services Limited, and then an appraisal by an independent expert.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. So we'll resume a bit later than you anticipated, Mr. Blake, yeah?
It makes it more of a round number, sir, actually. 1:45, please.
All right, fine.
Thank you. Moving on to Project Pineapple and SAF Ismail. Could we please bring up onto screen poll 004483002? This is the well-known Project Pineapple email on page 4 of that document. You could turn to page 4. If we scroll down slightly, Mr. Ismail says in the note of the discussion with Mr. Ismail and Mr. Jacobs, it says, equally, Saf and Elliott are fed up with the amount of power wielded by FOTE. He and other members of the senior team act as if PMs are guilty until proven innocent. No one believes us is a constant refrain from PMs. Whilst FOTE is at the helm, nothing will change. We must also part company with all those investigators who behave so terribly with postmasters. What on earth is happening if Steve Bradshaw is still with us? His performance at the inquiry is a disgrace and reflected terribly on Post Office. FOTE uses his leadership of the inquiry team as an instrument of his power. It all has to stop, and the postmaster is not the enemy. Only postmasters can solve this and tell us how to change. And here is the reference to yourself. JB is an ex-policeman. His behaviour has been unacceptable, and he needs to move on to prove we have changed. Were you aware of this at the time?
No.
When did you first become aware of this allegation?
It was raised to me by Ben FOTE once he received whatever he received. He mentioned that to me.
And what is your view of what is said there?
I don't know what they're alluding to.
Can I just ask, in terms of Mr. FOTE, it's been suggested by at least one witness that Mr. FOTE wasn't responsible for your team. Is that right or wrong? Because we saw the organogram and it looked as though Mr. FOTE was at that particular time responsible.
Sarah Gray reported into him and I reported into Sarah Gray.
So insofar as it addresses his responsibility, that is correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We've spoken about the various policies and the changes in the group policy. Has that had input from sub-postmasters?
The combined
Yes.
one has had input from the Postmaster Experience Director.
Has it had, for example, input from the NFSP or the Voice of the Postmaster? Have they been invited to make any comment?
So we have talked to the NFSP primarily around Speak Up, but obviously connected to Speak Up are investigations from that. And in terms of how we conduct investigations, the Speak Up manager meets with the NFSP every week where they talk about investigations. I've attended those meetings on occasion, and we've talked about our approach to investigations, and the feedback we've received is supportive of our approach. And to the extent, sorry to follow that up, to the extent that we have had cases referred to us by the NFSP for us to deal with.
But in terms of the policy that is not yet finalised, is there any plan for any more involvement of sub-postmasters, whether it be via the NFSP, via the non-executive directors or some other?
Yes, so the NFSP, we would like to have look at it and provide an input.
Could we please turn to poll 004467006? Now, this is feedback from an anonymous survey at the Post Office. It's not an inquiry-led survey, it's from the Post Office. And I'm going to just take you to 2 lines from it and ask your view. The first is 1461, and it says teams could work better with each other, such as A and CI, as they do not take on feedback and assume their way of working is correct without having the knowledge to back it up, so come across as non-transparent and belittling. And then 1494 says, overall there is great teamwork and cooperation between departments. However, the A and CI team can at times come across as aggressive, refuse to accept feedback, and can work in isolation, not understanding our ways of working / policies. Are those complaints that you recognise, not as per the individual who made them, but simply are they concerns that you are aware of?
No.
And what is your view of them?
It's a bit worrying if that's how... Was this from a colleague survey
Yes.
as opposed to a postmaster survey?
Yes, I believe so.
So if there are colleagues that feel this way, I'd like to understand why and see what we can do to change if we need to.
Prior to being shown that by the inquiry, had those concerns been drawn to your attention at all?
No.
Project May, you've provided a separate witness statement on. Let me come down, thank you. And that's the project relating to the race identity codes.
Yes.
That was first commissioned on the 30th of May 2023. The final report was the 8th of February 2024. You've addressed it in your statement and the background. Am I right to summarise that those codes are likely to have originated from Royal Mail Group before the split?
Yes.
Has the Post Office established the actual origins of how the racist terminology came to be used?
As in an individual?
How it first became to be formulated within the Royal Mail Group?
What we know is that someone within the investigations section within Royal Mail Group created that document, but we don't know who.
An external company called Etica has been involved. Very briefly, what is their involvement?
They're a non-government organisation that are, they support organisations like the International Criminal Court and human rights activities in terms of ethical investigation.
They reported, or the report was produced on the 1st of March 2024. One of their recommendations was annual training on unconscious bias and also regular training to remain up to date with best practice.
Mm-hmm.
Again, is this an area of training that is not yet finalised?
So we're hoping this will form part of the provision from the College of Policing.
Thank you. So again, as we discussed earlier today,
It's imminent.
imminent. There was originally going to be a part 2 of Project May. Very briefly, what was the plan for Project 2 and what has happened to it?
Yeah, so originally we hoped that an organisation like Etica would look at a large sample of historic investigations, so those that are pertinent to this inquiry, with a view of using various scientific and academic methods to review a large number of cases to see if they could determine whether there was any conscious or unconscious bias in decision making, particularly around the raising of cases, the decision to prosecute, or acceptance of payment via the contract enforcement.
And why is that not taking place?
I don't know.
Who is responsible for deciding whether it takes place or not?
Nick Reed made a decision to change phase 2.
And what did he change it to?
So it's now, it looks like it's going to be the establishment of a focus or consultative group within Post Office as to the use of language and approaches that take into account difference from an EDI perspective in relation to investigations.
So is it now forward-looking rather than backward-looking?
Absolutely.
At paragraph 20 of your statement, you've said that your team has purposely removed fields which would capture demographic data on
Yes.
the case management system. Might that cause issues with not actually being now able to monitor, for example, disproportionate impact or disproportionate numbers of investigations into certain ethnic groups?
Potentially, but the more prominent issue is that it's not felt that we're required to collate that data. But I take your point. I think it's a trade-off between people not being comfortable with their ethnicity being recorded, but the value to an organisation in capturing that data.
Yes, I mean, are you aware, for example, that the inquiry sought sub-postmaster demographic information in advance of its survey, but in fact the Post Office doesn't hold that kind of data in respect of the sub-postmaster population?
No, I wasn't aware.
There's been some evidence in previous phases of, for example, relating to the help desk, where negative assumptions were made about certain ethnic groups. How does that failure to collect that kind of data impact on your ability to monitor those kinds of things?
We have a very small caseload, so we will know who's connected to that caseload. So we could recreate that if needed. But within Post Office in relation to Project May, there was a very strong upsurge of opinion that the collation of ethnic data was an issue.
Moving on to Project Phoenix, could we please turn to poll 004484649? These are the board minutes of the 29th of April 2024. I'm only taking you to that because it provides a helpful summary of where things were at by this stage. It's page 2. And the second paragraph there, the bottom of the second paragraph, sets out various categories of investigations. Current roles is not part of your remit, is it?
No.
In terms of Project Phoenix, it says the third category included and expanded on the scope of Project Phoenix and would focus on addressing any misconduct allegations arising against current employees as a result of evidence given at the inquiry in later phases, in addition to the evidence provided at the human impact hearings. Are you aware of this, when Project Phoenix was first established? Was that related to the human impact hearings?
Directly.
And why is it that the Post Office, in your view, hadn't started looking into the conduct, the historic conduct of its employees before the human impact hearings?
I don't know for sure, but my impression, which I think I maybe mentioned this morning, is that that sort of understanding was expected to come out of the inquiry itself, but I think it demonstrated a lack of curiosity on behalf of the organisation to learn by itself.
In terms of that investigation, Phoenix, that's carried out by a team that's within your division.
Yes.
Was any thought given to whether an internal group of investigators was appropriate to be, for example, liaising directly with sub-postmasters?
So they're not internal in the sense that they were existing members of the team. They weren't. They're recruited specifically to do this, and they only do matters relating to the inquiry. So they don't do business as usual work.
Thanks. What's your view on the proposal that individuals should be suspended whilst they're being investigated in respect to Project Phoenix?
I think the appropriate policies have to be applied.
And what do you mean by that?
So there are policies, ER-owned policies, that have to be applied in terms of misconduct issues, and they've got to be applied.
There's been a thematic report that has been produced in respect to Project Phoenix. That can be found at poll 004580007. That was completed on the 28th of August of this year. It's poll 004580007. We'll skip through this relatively quickly because everybody has it and it can be considered in due course. Over the page, please, to page 2, there are a number of failings that were identified in this thematic report. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you broadly summarise the findings there?
So I think bullet point 3 identifies 5 key themes. So quality and application of investigations, of investigative activity is one, record keeping, the recruitment and training of investigators, separation of functions, so that's between those conducting criminal investigations and those that were conducting contract advising or contract resolution issues, and then there's themes around poor conduct of post office staff.
If we could turn to the conduct of post office staff, and that's on page 3, please. A number of issues were raised in terms of the investigation, in terms of compliance with legal obligations, etc. But I'm just going to focus on this particular section. It says a range of issues were raised in the human impact evidence and was the main driver for the initiation of Project Phoenix. Some allegations have been disproved with factual evidence obtained by the Phoenix team, but there have also been matters relating to current post office employees that have been referred for code of conduct investigations by the employee relations team that are currently ongoing. Matters of potential criminal nature have also been identified, and with panel approval and submission through the post office, cooperation with law enforcement policy have been passed to the Metropolitan Police Service for their consideration. Although the prosecution aspect of the reviewed cases was not covered by the terms of reference for Project Phoenix, there have been matters identified by the review team that have met with panel approval for referral to the Solicitors Regulation Authority and MPS. Are we to understand that Phoenix conducts its investigation, waits for that investigation to conclude, and then in cases, for example, that are employment matters, then passes it on to the employee relations team to conduct another investigation?
So I think some clarity over language is useful.
Yeah.
So the Project Phoenix team conduct reviews, not investigations. Again, I think that might be something we could talk about for some time, but the reason for saying review is that they don't reinvestigate the original allegations made against the postmasters or their staff. What they do is they review the material that is available and then make observations, findings and recommendations. So they do that, they produce what is called a merits assessment, and then which we have shared all of them that we have completed through the panel so far with the inquiry. They then go to the panel, and there could be and they have been recommendations in there of the nature that you described there. And that's when employment policies would kick in at that point.
A review sounds perhaps quicker and more achievable than an investigation. Why has it taken so long?
The appalling state of post offices' data systems going back that far, it is, I think, well, if you've read any of the merits assessments, you'll see that the team that complete them put in there that there was an expectation that when they started, they would literally be handed a case file and related papers for them to review. That has absolutely not been the case. So there's 5.4 million documents that are potentially in play. And the way I try and explain it, because everyone asks, why has it taken so long? The way I explain it is, you should be able to go to a filing cabinet, find a file, take it out, whether that's electronic or physical. The way I tried to describe it is, imagine a room with 5.4 million documents in, but they've just been thrown in there. There is no index, no description. You have to search through each of those documents to try and find it.
And are we now to expect that matters have been passed in certain cases to the employee relations team or the police, who are then, as you've only carried out a review, then going to have to investigate? And if so, what do you expect the timelines to be?
So I don't know about the police investigation, because obviously that's out of our control and we don't know what other evidence they have. But we actively cooperate with them and make referrals proactively to them where we have concerns. And then they take it from there. We're in the process of agreeing how we can pass them the material that's been collected so they don't have to repeat that process. And with the employment relations type, HR type investigations, at the moment we're trying to work out with the police how those two functions interact, and we will be guided by the police. In respect to the post office will be guided by the police.
Thank you. I'd just like to have updates on two other investigations. The first is Project Willow. Can you assist us briefly with where things stand with that?
So there are 3 Project Willows. Which one?
Can you assist us with all of them as quickly as you can?
Okay, so Project Willow
yes.
was a an investigation to test whether someone who believed that they were a PIDA qualifying whistleblower had received detriment. So that's that investigation, that's closed. Willow 2 is an investigation in relation to MBIT, and there are two particular themes in there. One is that senior decision makers, so CEO and SEG, were provided with selective information in order to make decisions. That is currently open and is being investigated externally by an external organisation, one of the law firms and accountancy firms. The second part of that is that, I think you mentioned it to Chris Brocklesby, which is that the information security elements, some of relating to the MBIT build, were deliberately deactivated. In order
what is
to
the status of that?
So that is also being dealt with by the same investigation team externally. Project Willow 3 is a newer allegation, and that relates to whether a potential supplier that could assist with various elements of delivery of MBIT process was properly briefed to the board, or whether that was skewed, and that is underway.
Nearing completion or just underway?
That investigation had to be paused because of for speed purposes, we chose to use the same team to conduct the investigation around Saf Ismail that recently surfaced and that you are aware of. So that team has completed that investigation, and now they are back on Willow 3.
And finally, Project ACER. Can you give us an update as to, first of all, in very overview terms, what that is and where it's up to?
Sure. So Project ACER is an allegation that came through the Speak Up service function that an individual within Post Office had instructed their team to destroy or otherwise remove material that might be of value to the inquiry. We told the inquiry about it, you informed the Met Police about it, is now a Met Police investigation.
Just for clarity's sake, it doesn't involve a witness in Phase 7?
No.
Thank you. So those are all of my questions. There are some questions from call participants. We have discussed orders and timings.
Well, I mean, let's be realistic. How many questioners are there?
There are 3. Mr. Steen proposes to be first and the longest, but he will be 10 minutes. And the other 2 questions are no more than 5 minutes each.
Right. Well, I'm going to make it easy for everyone by saying that it is now 4:10, and I propose to sit no later than 4:40. All right? So I'll allow a little latitude because I don't want to rush people, but I'm not going to sit beyond 4:40. So between the 3 of you, you'll have to work it out, as they say.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steen.
Thanks, sir. I have my watch by me, which is, always a very reliable judge of my timings. The questions I have for you, Mr. Bartlett, come from the direction of obviously a very large group of people that have been badly affected by the scandal. But the team I represent or the group of people I represent also includes current sub-postmasters. Do you understand? Now, you've been asked a number of questions by Mr. Blake about NBIT and what's happening.
Yes.
And you provided some more recent information. You addressed that in your statement. I don't need to go to it because I'm just referring to the fact that you're talking about NBIT. So for your purposes, it's within your statement, Mr. Bartlett. It is page 15, paragraph 25. And what you're saying there is that on 28th of June 23, the GE agreed that A and CI priorities for the financial years 23-24, 24-25 would be, then you give an order of priority. And then the fourth order of priority, therefore, at D, was preparing for transition of the network to new branch IT system, NBIT. Okay? And then slightly further down, you start to talk about the fact that work on NBIT is delayed because essentially the landscape is not sufficiently developed to require this work. All right, so we understand, and just hopefully you'll agree with me, that your work that was proposed for NBIT was put on hold pending more development, more information.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your statement, which contains those references, is dated the 22nd of August of this year. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since that time, we've heard from Mr. Relton, the new chair of the Post Office, who I think towards the end of his evidence was talking about whether NBIT's really a very good idea or not, and was wondering whether, in fact, it was a poor idea. That's information that presumably you are aware of and heard.
No.
Okay. Well, in the magazine Computer Weekly, which has been an integral part of the background to the development of this scandal, they were a news organisation that were one of the principal organisations that actually broke the scandal in the press. Now, they've been setting out the fact that they have hold of information, internal Post Office document, from the new CEO, or the new acting CEO, Neil Brocklehurst, revealing that while the strategic review is ongoing and informed by other discussions with the board and stakeholders, we have taken the opportunity to review our current approach to our delivery of new technology to make sure it will deliver what postmasters need in the most effective way possible. Then goes on to say this. This means from next week we will start reassessing and reprioritising the NBIT programme. Now, is that a document that you're aware of, an internal Post Office document from the acting CEO, Neil Brocklehurst, saying essentially that NBIT the Post Office is going to start reassessing and reprioritising?
I'm aware that they're reassessing and reprioritising.
So the question of NBIT and what's going to happen with it does seem to be under fairly close examination within the Post Office. That seems to be where we're at.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem at all certain that it's likely to go ahead. Again, that seems to be where we're at. Do you agree?
I have heard those things, but I'm not closely associated because it's a technology process.
And you've discussed with Mr. Blake towards the end of the questions, he asked you Willows, I think it's Willows 2, 3 and 4, I wasn't certain. No. Willows 2 and 3.
2 and 3 relate to NBIT.
And you were talking about information that's being skewed. Now, can you help us? Who's doing the skewing?
That's the purpose of the investigation.
Right. Nobody's been identified as the skewer.
There have been allegations made, and the external investigators are seeking to corroborate or otherwise that.
And the person that's doing the skewing, is that an important person within the organisation?
Potentially, but there are also a number of people who have left the organisation that might also relate to.
Right. Are you able to provide the name of the person that's a suspect for the skewing?
That would depend on what the chair is.
What's the name of the person that's doing the skewing?
Mr.
No, I don't think you need to answer that.
Right. Okay. Now, we have also some information. I'll change subjects because it sounds like that's a developing situation, Mr. Bartlett. We also have a new statement from Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson is the European director of Fujitsu. Okay? Mr. Patterson has given evidence in the inquiry and has provided a statement that, again, demonstrating things are moving on, that is dated the 23rd of September 2024. And he says this in relation to police requests. Fujitsu has informed the relevant police forces and POL that whilst Fujitsu is willing to cooperate with the investigations through the provision of documentary records, Fujitsu is not in a position to provide the witness statements requested. Fujitsu is of the view that such witness statements would amount to expert opinion evidence, which Fujitsu cannot provide on the basis that Fujitsu is not independent, brackets, amongst other reasons, close brackets. Fujitsu has made clear to POL that discussions regarding these investigations are confidential as between Fujitsu and relevant police forces. And then goes on to say, it became apparent to Fujitsu through the police requests that the views of POL and Fujitsu with respect to the use of Horizon data in enforcement action against postmasters and branch staff are fundamentally different. Okay?
Okay.
So if we trace through the questions that Mr. Blake was asking you earlier, from December of 2023, Fujitsu was describing the system as being obsolescent, old, patched up, constant needing for repairs. You've then seen other correspondents talking about the fact of current beds that they know about and others that they don't know about, yes?
Yes.
Right. And you've then heard from me, reading part of Mr. Patterson's statement, recently provided to this inquiry, and saying that Fujitsu, frankly, are not prepared to provide any statements to support the system. They're just not doing it, Mr. Bartlett.
Well, they've responded to a production order, or are intending to, and that will need to be followed up with a witness statement in order to produce that evidence. I would also challenge their assertion that they are an expert witness. Then, in my opinion, and legal advice that we've received, is they are not an expert witness.
I was going to come to that. Now, the position between Fujitsu and the Post Office does seem to be rather at odds. We've had now a whole series of correspondence, starting with December 23, right the way through to only a few days ago, essentially, saying that Fujitsu and the Post Office have very serious disagreement between their stance on these matters. That's at the very least
I think that's fair.
Yes, that's at the very least what we've got, okay? So it does seem as though that Fujitsu may have slightly different advice in relation to the provision of statements than you've got. Who's your advice been given by?
I don't know. It's external counsel, but I don't know the name of
Have you seen a written advice?
I've seen a summary of that written advice.
Right. So the position in relation to Fujitsu appears to be that they're not prepared to provide any expert evidence at all from their point of view in relation to the operation of the system. And it also seems to be they're saying the system's old, it's out of date, needs a lot of work, needs a lot of support, and there are bugs in the system. It doesn't seem as though they're particularly keen on saying there's no problems in the system, we'll provide a statement to say that it's okay. Doesn't seem that way, does it, Mr. Bartlett?
So that's what they are not being asked for. They're being asked around specific transactions.
Well, hang on, Mr. Bartlett. You said in your evidence that because Fujitsu haven't said that it's unreliable, we're therefore prepared to assume it is reliable.
Mm-hmm.
You've also said in your evidence that because the Pole Senior Executive and Directors Board haven't said it's unreliable, we will assume it's reliable. So you're working on the basis of two negative assumptions, aren't you, Mr. Bartlett?
And then the next step is that the police, to an evidential standard, test those transactions in the system.
Right. And we've now got evidence in relation to your statement of ongoing investigations. You described one as being some sort of test case that you're thinking about, yes?
I'm not sure.
Lancashire or City?
I think that's likely to be the first case.
Right. Okay. Now, we can see at the back of your statements a schedule that relates to those investigations, and indeed the individuals being investigated can identify their own cases, can't they? Because they've got their numbers, the figures for each case.
Yep.
Right. Have those investigation teams for each one of the police forces involved been given all of the correspondence that you've had questions asked by Mr. Blake about? Have they been given all that correspondence?
So we've discussed with Lancashire some of that correspondence since those letters have come in, and we've made them aware of it, and they're still engaging with Fujitsu, as I understand. As the next cases come up, then we will talk to them about that too. We will make everything available to them, and we will share it as they would like.
That's Lancashire. City?
I haven't spoken to City for some time.
Given that in May, 17th of May 2024, Mr. Patterson was expressing very strong reservations about the use of data from Fujitsu in relation to investigation, why wasn't that immediately provided to the police forces that were conducting these ongoing investigations?
The interpretation of the letters is that he wasn't saying the data was unreliable. He was saying he didn't want it to be used in a prosecution.
Well, in fact, it says, the 17th of May letter, that they don't believe it should be used at all in relation to prosecutions and pursuant of people in relation to prosecutions, civil actions or shortfalls generally. It's a pretty strong letter, Mr. Bartlett.
It is a strong
letter.
letter.
You would have thought should go to a police investigation looking at these issues. Why didn't it go to those police investigations immediately?
Because it wasn't saying that there was an issue with the data. It was saying their intent, their preference, their desire, their position is that it's not used in those circumstances.
So it was considered for disclosure? Was it,
Yes.
Mr. Bartlett? So you actually looked at it and said, should this go to police forces that are conducting investigations? And your decision or someone else's was no, it shouldn't.
Well, we've subsequently had legal advice as well, which says it shouldn't.
Doesn't seem that the Post Office has changed very much, Mr. Bartlett.
Well,
if we
that's
analyse everything that you've
a little
said.
bit unfair, actually, because we've discussed those issues with those law enforcement teams as they've cropped up. We're not concealing anything at all.
Mr. Bartlett, overall, what we seem to have from your evidence is we seem to have a situation whereby you and your team are prepared to back the Horizon system with no evidence whatsoever that actually that the damn thing can sorry, I shouldn't use that word, that the thing should actually be presented before any court or in relation to any shortfall. That's basically the situation, Mr. Bartlett, isn't it?
No.
Thank you.
So we have Ms Watt and Ms Allen.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bartlett. I ask questions on behalf of the NFSP.
Hello.
And you've been answering questions about the development of the post-Horizon scandal conduct of investigations throughout today, and also what seems to be the vexed issue of when is it an interview, a meeting or a discussion. And I just want to take a look at some of those issues regarding the cases of Elliot Jacobs and the other postmaster, non-executive director who underwent an investigation, Saf Ismail. You just mentioned that one, I think.
There is a current investigation. There is no previous investigation.
Did you see their evidence to the inquiry?
Some of it.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you something about that. Saf Ismail says in his witness statement, I'm not calling these up, but just for the record, WITN 111700100 at paragraph 221. Often postmasters will be suspended prior to interview without understanding the reasons for that suspension. Postmasters are still not shown evidence relating to investigation into their branches prior to investigation interviews being conducted by post office investigators. You've been taken to Mr. Jacobs' concerns. Mr. Blake took you to a series of documents this afternoon about the lack of information provided to him when he was notified of an investigation and invited to an interview. At paragraph 24 of his witness statement, WITN 111800100, he talks about his experience. I considered the interview to be an interrogation and adversarial. It was not a collaborative discussion. The interview was similar in style to a formal police interview, as the questions put to me were interrogatory and the documents were put to me as exhibits. Okay, so that's my summary. Just a couple of questions now. At paragraph 69B2 of your witness statement, that's your second witness statement, you talk about the policy Mr. Blake took you to it this morning. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. I'll say GICLEP.
The new combined.
The new combined policy, yes. And that's Paul 00448353. And you describe the commitment to ethically executed, evidence-led, transparent investigations. Given the evidence of Mr. Ismail and Mr. Jacobs, in what way would you say the Post Office investigations met those standards?
So we've never dealt with Mr. Ismail.
You can refer just to Mr. Jacobs.
So
yes.
Mr. Jacobs. Well, I'm very pleased that the interview with Elliot Jacobs was recorded, because it can go on record to show what the nature of that interview was. It absolutely was not an interrogation. It was an early engagement with him to understand his position and for him to give explanations and for us to be open-minded as to what that may be. There was a subsequent, off the back of Project Pineapple, which people have heard about, the ER team conducted a review of the conduct of that Elliot Jacobs' investigation, and they found that his complaints were completely unfounded.
Would you agree, and I've just got one final question after this one, would you agree that how postmasters, whether NEDs or not, feel about the way they're dealt with is important?
Absolutely.
Would you not agree that the conduct of, for instance, that investigation, but certainly the reporting of it will simply reinforce to today's postmasters that not a great deal has actually changed. Some of the wording in your new combined policy has changed. Some of the deck chairs have been rearranged. But what's said about their recent experience, if that's anything to go by, there's still a long way to go to win back the trust of postmasters in the conduct of investigations.
There is a long way to go, but what I would say is if postmasters were to listen to the interview that we had with Elliot, I'm absolutely confident that they think that things are different compared to how they were done before. And also it might be helpful to add a couple of matters that were referred to us by the NFSP were dealt with very sensitively, and we received feedback from the NFSP to that effect. So I think it is different from the past.
Because the NFSP liaise with you on the way in which you are in fact conducting matters, is that not correct?
Yes, and in those particular cases, they brought them to us and we discussed with them our approach and what the outcome was, and they were happy with how that was conducted.
But we're not talking about Mr. Jacobs' case when you're talking about that?
Yeah, it's certainly not
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs, it's two other matters.
Yes, thank you.
Are you, sorry, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bartlett, are you saying that following the interview with Mr. Jacob, he made a complaint which was investigated and found to be unjustified?
Yes, sir.
Right, fine. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bartlett. My name is Christy Allen and I represent core participant Susan Sinclair, who is a wrongfully convicted sub-postmaster and the first to successfully appeal her conviction in Scotland. In your second witness statement at paragraph 69, which I don't propose to turn up, you describe the activity of the AC&I staff as a POL criminal investigation, but caveat this with the fact that it's not an end-to-end investigation and that it's for law enforcement agencies to conduct a full criminal investigation following a report from the Post Office of suspected criminality. Prior to May this year and during your tenure at the Post Office, I assume that you were aware that the Post Office was a specialist reporting agency in Scotland, meaning that it was entitled to carry out its own full criminal investigation into suspected criminal conduct and to report that the findings of that directly to the public prosecutor in Scotland without the requirement to have this first reported to the police.
Yes.
And I assume that you're also aware that in May of this year, the Lord Advocate, Scotland's most senior law officer, confirmed that the Post Office was no longer fit to continue in its role as a specialist reporting agency in Scotland due to its failure to comply with its duties of disclosure and candour.
Yes, we were consulted around that, and I contributed to a response back saying that we did not want to have that status anymore.
And if you can elaborate in what were the reasons that you provided for not wanting to have that status?
Because we're not a prosecuting agency, therefore we shouldn't have that right or ability to have that status.
And you mentioned earlier that there seemed to be an apparent reluctance by authorities in Scotland to adopt evidence collected by non-law enforcement agencies. Do you think that this, the stripping of Post Office's role as a specialist reporting agency has had a bearing on that?
I'm sure it has, but it's not limited to the Post Office. So in my previous role at a financial regulator, the Procurator Fiscal insisted that Police Scotland recreate an investigation that had already been completed by the regulator because they wanted Police Scotland to do it.
Okay, thank you. And has any official review work been undertaken by your team or within wider Post Office as a result of the decision by the Lord Advocate?
No, we supported it being removed.
Okay, thank you. I think that ends my questions there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So is that it, Mr. Blake?
That's it, sir, yes.
Right, very good. Well, I think everybody knows that tomorrow we are starting at 9 a.m. In part, at least, that is for my convenience because I have a personal appointment which I have to keep which means that we won't be able to sit beyond 1 o'clock, all right? So I want everybody to know that tomorrow is, the sitting hours tomorrow are conditioned by that. It is also the case that Mr. Folt will be giving evidence remotely. I acceded to a request to that effect on the grounds of his health. And so I'm giving everyone warning that his evidence, save in the most exceptional circumstances, has to end tomorrow. So that means by around 1 o'clock, so that Mr. Blake and anyone who wishes to ask him questions should tailor their questioning with all that in mind. All right? With those remarks, I'll bid you good evening and see you in the morning.
Thank you very much, sir.